Okay, we are live. It's Tuesday, February 12th. This is the Board of Commissioners work session. And I think we're just going to launch right into this. Staff community presentations this morning. We've got the airport fly quiet report and the greenhouse gas update. And Rick Dunkelberg is here. Come on down.
Come on down, okay.
And crew, and you've got people with you.
And Greg,
I have my groupies.
Yeah. While folks are getting inside, I'd just note for the public that Patty couldn't be here today because of a family emergency.
Okay, yeah, Patty Clapper's not joining us today.
She may be in this afternoon.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to that. We'll take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For those of you who don't remember or want to forget, I'm Rick Dunkelberg with Newton Hunt. And we have been working on your voluntary fly quiet program for about the last 13 or 14 years. And the fly quiet program is a voluntary noise reduction program that the airport and the county have undertaken to voluntarily incentivize operators to use quieter equipment and to fly in a quiet manner. It's the very first general aviation fly quiet program implemented in the country, and this was started, if I remember correctly, in 2002. So we've been doing it for quite some time. If I can make this work. We report every year on the Fly Quiet program. It is composed of a week-long summer measurement session and a week-long winter measurement session that we actually monitor on-site aircraft operations. The program basically discusses ways to recognize and acknowledge quiet operators to voluntarily reduce the air emissions at the airport. We are producing the 2015, 2016, 2017 reports all in one bundle because during the previous 3 years, we spent most of our efforts working on the environmental assessment for all the airport improvements, and we did not want to get those integrated, so we collected all the data, and I've consolidated all that into one report. We are measuring aircraft operations, we are measuring high events, and we are measuring differences between stage 2 aircraft and actual aircraft that are being flown at the airport. It gets pretty complicated as we go through this, so I'm going to try to make it real simple so we understand what's going on. But again, it's aimed at general aviation aircraft operators, the majority of those being business jet operators. We have several categories that we evaluate the noise reduction. One is by Part 135, and Part 135 operators are basically the net jet type operators, those operators that operate under a certificate that lets them timeshare and things of that nature. We broke that down into categories of aircraft that have more than 30 departures per year, which is 60 operations, or less than 30 departures per year. So we've got two different categories there. We also look at the best operators that have a single aircraft. In other words, if an aircraft is privately owned by an individual, we don't categorize those the same way we do the fleet operators. And then we like to identify the poorest operators so we can send them letters to help them do better. A few acronyms. DNL is the day-night noise level. SEL is what we call a sound exposure level. And a sound exposure level is a dBA, or a maximum noise level, that has been compressed to 1 second. So that every aircraft operation, the noise energy within that operation that you hear is compressed of 1 second. Because some airplanes fly faster than other airplanes. So to compare them all, we need to make them all 1 second. And so a sound exposure level is always higher than a maximum noise level that you hear. You don't hear a sound exposure level. Now, during the last public hearing on the environmental assessment, Greg, you asked us what we were doing beyond the federal guidelines. And part of what we're doing is the Fly Quiet program. This is way beyond any federal program, and we're looking at metrics and evaluations way beyond that. The other thing we're doing beyond the federal program guidelines is the greenhouse gases evaluation, which I'll get into next. That, again, is several steps ahead of where the federal government is right now. We have a category called Fleet Noise Quality Rating, and what that means is how quiet is an individual aircraft when compared to the government certificated Stage 2, Stage 3 aircraft. And that's a measurement data that we look at. And then we also measure high noise events. And we have defined a high noise event over the decades now as 90 dBA at Woody Creek. Woody Creek is where we have our permanent noise monitor. So we monitor all the high noise events that occur within 365 days.
Rick, what's the location of that monitor, just out of interest?
Well, I can show you, but I can't describe it. It's at the bottom of the creek, right when you get down and go over the bridge. It used to be at Don Lemos' house, if you knew where that was, and now it's just moved back a little bit.
Okay, so it's at river level.
Yes, it's unobstructed, so we have a clear line of sight for all the aircraft.
And that's in Woody Creek or on the Roaring Fork?
It's in the it's what we call the Woody Creek measurement site.
Which is the main canyon.
Yes.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
I think I get an idea. Thanks.
And what you see is there are approximately 3% of all the operations are at 90 dB or higher, which is a reduction from what we've done before. Okay, so we look at fleet quality, which is Stage 2 comparison, and we look at high single events, and then we identify the most improved operators that have been operating here over some length of time. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Stage 3 and Stage 2 criteria are developed by the Federal Aviation Administration, and you have a certificated noise level for each aircraft type that is certificated to fly in the United States. The red lines on these two charts show the Stage 3 noise levels for 3 certificated areas where they measure. They measure sideline, they measure approach, and they measure departure. However, you have aircraft that are certificated as Stage 3 that are below those levels. If you'll see, the bottom graph represents a beach jet. It's right at Stage 3 for 2 measurement sites, for 2 measurement locations, and below Stage 3 for a 3rd location. If you look at the top one, the Cessna Citation, it is way below Stage 3. So even though both aircraft are certificated by the federal government as Stage 3, the Cessna Citation is extremely quieter than a certificated Stage 3 aircraft.
And that's a Citation 10, so that's one of their most recent.
Well, there's a whole range of citations, and they're all very, very quiet. And so we like to acknowledge those fleet operators that even though they're all Stage 3, they are flying the quietest Stage 3 aircraft we can find. And this is how we evaluate that. We take all that information then, and we average that and come up with a sliding scale of 0 to 10 to identify good operators, average operators, and poor operators. And if you have a fleet quality rating of 9 to 10, you are a good operator. If you're 4 to 9, you're average. If you're below 4, you're poor. Or if you have 0 or 1 high noise events. And again, we break that all down by those 2 categories, the Part 135 operators, which are the fleets, and then the single aircraft owners. This is hard to see and it's hard to read, but basically it says that in 2015, 16, and 17, the green operators are your quieter ones, and of course the yellow ones are your worst. We had fleet average, the airport-wide fleet average rating for 2015 was 7.7, for 2016 was 7.6, for 2017 was 7.9. So they're in the good range. So most of the aircraft operating here were in the good range. And where that becomes important is when we get to the end of the slideshow, I'll show you the comparison of how we've reduced all the loud events over the last several years.
Rick,
Yes.
on those charts, the ones at the bottom are always the same ones.
Yes.
Does that mean they have not bought a new plane? They're still flying the old noisy ones?
Correct.
And is there any way we can urge them to trash
Not legally.
the one they have and get them a quieter airplane?
We just keep sending them letters saying, you know, we sure wish you'd change your airplane. You know, there's nothing legally we can do. Now, what will happen in the future as the FAA and Congress will slowly phase out those older airplanes. They've already phased out the manufactured stage 2, they're all gone. And one of the things we are recommending in the future is we change our comparison from stage 3 to stage 4, because a lot of stage 4 aircraft, which are quieter, are getting in the mix. And so we want to we're about to outlive our original comparison. But you're right, the same kind of operators are doing, and they fly, I mean, Gulfstreams, G2s and G3s. I mean, that's the culprit.
Could I ask a question also about the, the one airplane I'm always hearing complaints about, which hasn't been too much lately, is the prop plane.
Yes.
The push me, pull you.
Yes.
Does he fit into this?
He fits into the single operator.
Single operator.
Correct.
Because he's an occasional charter guy.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
And the cutoff we have for that is 10 10 departures a year. And so if somebody flies less than 10 a year, then it's so insignificant to our overall noise picture that we don't really track those.
So he doesn't come up.
Right.
Those are the ones that everyone calls me about.
You're right.
Yeah. The other question I had was, looking forward, I understand the electric aircraft engines are actually closer than I thought to being a reality. Do we have any information on that, on the noise we can anticipate from an electric motor?
The first part of your question is absolutely correct. They're making great strides towards hybrid and electric aircraft, which are faster than I ever imagined they'd make. Right now, we don't have any noise data for that, except that, you know, in my mind, I equate those to Teslas and hybrid cars, and so I'm assuming they'll be a lot quieter.
Yeah, I was thinking that's an assumption I'm not ready to make yet. When you listen to the sound of a drone, that high.
Exactly. Exactly.
Really
It'll probably be a different
So,
kind of noise.
Yeah, it'd be different, perhaps.
An annoying,
Yeah.
high-pitched, funny noise that's a lot quieter, but it might still be really annoying to people,
Yeah.
perhaps.
That's correct.
But we don't know yet.
No.
Yeah. All right.
Well, and the other, right now, that aspect of aviation is changing, as is the FAA's reliance on DNL and reliance on some of the old noise metrics we've used for 30 years because of the change in technology. And right now we're looking at stage 5 aircraft, which the airframe noise is noisier than the engines.
Wow.
When you get into glide mode, I mean, the air rushing over the airframe makes more noise than the engines make, and so we've got to deal with some of those. It's all very exciting stuff to those of us that are geeks.
I'm sure. Yeah. No, I think I'm looking forward to learning more. Thanks.
Okay, then this is the fleet quality rating for those operators that go, very few operators, very few operations. So we've broken those down. We've identified what those are. And this is all just part of our huge database that we've got. And then we also looked at the single aircraft operators, like I talked about. So these are single aircraft that have more than 10 operations, and some of these have a perfect fly quiet score of 10, and you can see what those are. And you can see over the years how those shift back and forth. But in 2017 we had 32 operators, in 2016 49, 2015 35. And so those do play a significant role in the noise footprint of the airport, especially when we're talking about single event noise that bother people. And we have this same information identified for the single operators for the 3 years. So the best operator for 2015, 16, and 17, with more than 30 operations, you can see the top 2 are the same all year, and then the other 3 or 4 fluctuate back and forth. And the same thing with best operator with less than 30 operations. So we've got some real good compliance on several operators, which is very, very heartening. Then we looked at the most improved, and that's interesting, to see how, and they're doing that all on their own. There's no regulatory mechanism here. And then same information for, the 10 operations or less with the fly quiet score of 10. We notify those folks through letters, letting them know what's going on. And then we do just the opposite with the poor operators. We let them know what's going on, but in a different way. Okay, so, yes, do you have a question?
I just have a question about, and is there an incentive program associated with their program?
There isn't a incentive program other than recognition by the individuals. Now, we had talked about sometime maybe making a 5 or 10-year recognition program at the county commission level, giving somebody something, a plaque or something to really identify those good operators. We send out little paper certificates that we just, and let them know, that we as a county and as the airport appreciate what they're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, this is where it gets interesting, is we compare how these metrics have performed over the years. And this will be interesting in the next graph. I'll show you this, but at Woody Creek, which is our permanent site, the DNL noise level, which we evaluate against, is the 55 DNL noise level, which means absolutely nothing except that it is a metric used to measure the size of an annual average noise footprint around an airport. And that's the federal standard, is the DNL. The federal standard for compatibility is the 65 DNL. This county has adopted the 55, which is a much more, which is a quieter noise level as our standard for comparison of aircraft noise. So we're beyond the federal threshold here. At Woody Creek, where we have our noise monitor, the DNL for 2017 was 51.5, and that's just a number. And that's just used for comparison purposes. The number of events above 90 turned out to be 1/10 per day at that site. Our stage 2 mix, in other words, the percentage of aircraft operating at the airport, is 0.4%. Now, we all have talked about that stage 2 aircraft are banned in the United States. They can no longer fly in the United States. So you all are asking, how can we have 0.4%? The reason we have those is those are stage 2 manufactured aircraft that have been hush-kitted to meet stage 3 requirements. We still consider them stage 2 because they are the noisiest aircraft flying. So even though the manufactured stage 2 aircraft that have not been hush-kitted are no longer flying in the United States, we do have some hush-kitted stage 2, Gulfstreams 2 and Gulfstream 3. And that's what makes up that. Our fleet quality rating is 7.9, which is very good. If we can get up to 10, that's the magic number. Okay, so this shows, starting year 2003, when we first implemented the program, this shows the relationship of manufactured stage 2 aircraft that are the loudest. The blue bar represents the Gulfstream 2 and 3s. The orange bar represents Learjets 24 and 25. And as you can see, the Learjets basically are gone. They've been gone the last 3 or 4 years. And we have the hush-kitted stage 2, G2, G3 still operating at the airport. Not very many, but we have enough. You can see over there on the chart that between 45 and 57 of those operate here. Okay, and these are just bar charts to show the reduction of the different metrics we have been evaluating. The DNL metric is on the left. You can see how that has reduced over the years, and then it grew back again. And the reason it has grown back again is our aircraft operations are going up. As aircraft operations grow up, the DNL gets bigger because it's a metric of number of operations and type of airplanes. The high single event levels, they've dropped significantly. The change in size of the 55 DNL noise contour has dropped dramatically. Again, it picked up a little bit because the DNL picked up a little bit. And then the corporate jet stage 2 have really dropped off dramatically. So we've made a lot of overall noise reduction, both in the cumulative noise levels and in the single event high noise levels. Okay, so I've not talked to John Kenny about this yet, so I'm going to surprise him a little bit, but during the evaluation of those last 3 years, there are some changes we'd like to recommend to our program to bring it more up to date. And that is eliminate the stage 2 evaluation and look at it from a stage 4 standpoint. In other words, let's compare the quieter aircraft, since the louder aircraft are going away. Let's change our evaluation criteria and bring it more up to date. Let's add a criteria to evaluate runway 33 approaches versus runway 15 approaches. In other words, it appears that we're getting more approaches over the town, over the city, than we have been before. And so we'll look at that as a metric and see if we can figure out what's going on there. Also evaluate missed approaches. Because as an aircraft lands and for some reason it can't actually land, then it has to perform a missed approach and it flies up and around and back down. And so we'd like to evaluate and see if there's something we can do to change that, because that also is more noisy. The year-round measurements at Woody Creek, we're about to have no more 90 dBAs. We're thinking about reducing that maybe to 85 or 80 dBA and reducing our high noise events there.
George?
Rick, so when you said that we're seeing more approaches coming in from the east, do we also have a measuring point up by West Buttermilk?
We do not have we have a seasonal one, but we do not have a permanent one. The only permanent one we have is at Woody Creek.
Yeah, is that something that would be worthwhile looking at? Especially since a couple of years ago when we did the runway extension as
Yes.
well, there was some concern about noise then as
No,
well.
we can do that, absolutely.
And that's something that I think as we get through the end of the presentation, we need to bring back. And I would just note that I did speak with Patty, who couldn't be here today, and she had a similar recommendation that perhaps we start regular measurements on 33.
And we'll just have to find a good location, and probably the one that we do seasonally is where we'd like to put the permanent one.
Now, just to clarify, 3-3 is coming from over Highlands, like Meadowood, Buttermilk.
Correct.
That's correct.
That's the approach from that end.
That's
It's the atypical approach. Yeah.
And so that's a compass heading of 330 degrees versus 15 degrees.
That's exactly right.
Right.
That's exactly right. Yes. Most of we are what you call a contraflow airport, and that most of our approaches come from the north, and most of our departures turn around and go to the north.
Right.
And because of that, it has noise implications and all kinds of implications there.
I've always understood that the reason somebody'd go and land on 3-3 was wind direction. But I guess maybe that's changed with the power of the aircraft now, that it's a choice the pilot
It's
can make.
still basically wind. The aircraft cannot safely land with a tailwind of 10 knots or more. That's the general rule. And so if they're trying to land from the north, winds out of the north, and it's 10 knots or more, they either divert and go someplace else, or if they're the right type of aircraft, they can then land on 3-3.
Right, thank you.
And we have just about 6 or 8 months ago purchased better radar information. we were losing some of our radar information as the aircraft got down below the mountains. We were losing that. So there's been some upgrades in that, and we've got better radar information now, and we can get a better idea of what's going on. We couldn't really monitor those missed approaches or the approaches to 3-3 because we lost radar coverage as it came down. And the other thing we'd like to do is put on the web live radar display now that we've got that, along with all this other information, so it's open to the public all the time.
Now, does the tower in communication, if it's a missed approach, they certainly know about it.
Oh, yes,
So
correct.
it's probably in a log, but that's just not as easy to.
Right, it's a lot easier for us to monitor that every day and just pull it off the website.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, that's it on Fly Quiet. Anybody have any questions or comments on that? Overall, we're doing very well, and I think we'd like to increase our metrics so they're a little more in tune with what's going on and with quieter aircraft. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive when you look at the long-term trends. It's getting better and better all the time, and I think it would be good to be able to put that information out to the public, especially the public who lives in the Woody Creek area, who are the ones most impacted by noise and the most vocal also. And
Oh, that's a good idea.
certainly if there's one noisy one, that's the one they're going to remember, and they're going to say it's not getting any quieter. But if they can see the long-term trends, also I think it could potentially be good to give public recognition for those who are taking steps to become quieter, getting better aircraft. If it's certain companies or individuals, and maybe the commissioners could write a letter and put it, publish it in the paper, just recognizing them and thanking them.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
George?
So, Rick, this is all, we have federal standards for GA, and this is all based on GA.
Correct.
Are there any federal standards for commercial?
Yes. Yes.
And have we looked at doing any, utilizing this information, these monitoring points for commercial?
We have not. A lot of other airports, especially what I will call large and medium hub commercial service airports, do that with the commercial service, but not the general aviation. And the reason that we initiated in the beginning the GA portion of the Fly Quiet program is because that was the majority of the operations, and the majority of the noise complaints at the time were all general aviation aircraft.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting now, since we're looking at our overall airport assessment, and if we had a baseline for commercial noise now, because what we've heard is all the newer aircraft that's coming out the next generation are going to be quieter. It'd be nice to have a baseline starting now for some sort of comparison perhaps down the road.
And we have the noise measurements for the CRJ 700. We've been taking those for about since we did the runway extension.
Okay.
Okay, we've got that data. We just haven't done anything with it because that's going to be our baseline.
Oh, okay.
And then you all will remember maybe 2 months ago a 737 flew in here. That was during our measurement period. We measured that. We've got all that information. And when we present the 2018 Fly Quiet program, which we're going to do in just a couple of months because that's over now, we'll show you that comparison of the 737 to the CRJ 700 and how that matches up.
Good question. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, now we're going to greenhouse gases. And just to remind everybody, again, one of the things this county did is you all recommended that we implement a greenhouse gas inventory, one of the very first airports in the country to do that. And so we did that in 2014, and all of the comparison analysis you will see is based on our 2014 baseline data. And so increases and decreases are relative to the 2014. The approach we've used is an industry-wide aviation airport-related greenhouse gas inventory, and it's based on an aircraft cooperative research Program Report number 11, which is an industry-wide document to look at aircraft. One of the challenges in the beginning of greenhouse gas was how you count the greenhouse gases that an aircraft emits when it leaves an airport. Do you count every stage length that goes until it stops, or do you count just the first stage length? And then like here to Denver, that's what we count, and then Denver, if it goes from Denver to Atlanta, that's another, even if it's the same airplane, we don't count that. And so this is the industry-wide standard that all airports use. It dovetails with the Canary Initiative. We have coordinated with them, also with the Climate Action Plan and the folks at CORE we've coordinated with. When we look at greenhouse gases associated with an airport, we look at the type of ownership or control that results in those emissions. And we have three major types. We have the kind of emissions that the airport owner controls, the county. We have the kind that the tenants or users control, the airlines, and then the general public, vehicles going to the airport. So that's the breakdown we use to evaluate the greenhouse gases.
Can I?
Sure.
Can I add some? As of today, the airport's proud to say that the FBO, Jonathan Jones with Atlantic Aviation, has committed to participating in this greenhouse gases and trying to reduce their CO2 print.
Right. Yeah, which is, we're going to build that then into our update of this. A summary of the evaluation we did. Airport owned and controlled emissions. Basically those emissions are the kind that are generated from the terminal building, electrical use, natural gas use, and airport-owned vehicles. That represents only 2.1% of the total greenhouse gas emissions that's attributed to the airport. And those have decreased, 0.5% since 2014. The operator-tenant controlled emissions represent, as you would imagine, because this is the airlines, almost 95% of all the emissions at the airport. Those have increased almost 33% since 2014. And when we saw that increase, we asked ourselves, what caused that? So we dug into that, and we'll present that a little bit. Ground support emissions. Those are the ground support vehicles that are used, the tugs and the baggage carts, things of that, have decreased 31%. And that should be 2014 instead of 2015 there. The public controlled emissions, the cars, the automobiles, the shuttle vans, those represent only 3%, and those have increased almost 14% over 2014. The public is using more cars, we've got more shuttle vans, we've got, limousines, those type of vehicles. This is just a pie chart to show you, the significance of the importance of dealing with airlines and tenant-controlled emissions. Now, the Canary Initiative takes our information, but they have a different reporting system because they are looking at things other than airports. So their airport-controlled emissions, when you see their report, it represents 256 metric tons, and that's decreased over the last report. Again, that's our controlled vehicles. They don't look at buildings in this category. The aircraft emissions have increased. Again, it's up to almost 73,000 metric tons. Most of that is an increase in Jet A, which is jet fuel. That's a 40% increase. Tenant ground support equipment represents 4,400 metric tons, and that's decreased from 2014. So the big increase, of course, is the aircraft emissions, and that big increase is attributed to the jet fuel. So we dug a little deeper into that to find out why that was. Operations have increased since 2014 about 20%. And remember, an operation is either a landing or a departure. Passengers have increased about 11%. 40% increase in Jet A sold. And Jet A represented about 41% of the total fuel sold. Avgas, which is general aviation fuel, non-jet fuel is about 59%. Yes.
So is there, I may be jumping ahead, but it seems like when I look at sort of the greatest opportunity to address greenhouse gas emissions for us would be through perhaps through the jet fuel. Are we looking at, are the GA aircraft looking at alternative fuel options?
All aircraft, yes, but not to the extent that Jet A is, the jets are. The commercial service operators right now are really experimenting with biofuels. It's still not 100%, it's not 100% flown, but there's a lot of mix of biofuels, and that will help. Now, one of the challenges we have here, which we looked into 2 years ago from a biofuel standpoint, is the transportation costs to get biofuel here. And we looked at looking at plants in the valley that could produce biofuel, and that just wasn't feasible at the time. So that's coming in the future. And you put that along with the hybrid aircraft which are coming online, and I think there'll be it's going to be 5-8 years before that's reduced. But there's a big there's a large volume of greenhouse gases which can be reduced based on those two things, and that's most important. From our standpoint, ground vehicles and tugs and our surface vehicles, if we can reduce those, we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but that's a small percentage.
Right.
Yes.
Did you raise your hand over here? Do you want to join us?
No, I'm just,
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, what can we infer about the number of flights? These are private, GA, right? So it's private charters, the rest of it. Passenger increases only 11%. Jet fuel increases 40%. Operations are only 20%. Does that mean we have more planes coming in with fewer people on them? Is that what do you infer from that? Can I make
it
an
means
inference?
we have aircraft that are smaller, and to accommodate that 11% increase in passengers, we have more operations with smaller aircraft.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Right.
one side of that
Which is
equation.
pretty obvious, I think, looking at if you stand out there.
Yeah,
that's what you see.
and what that is a product of is its stage length. It's how far the aircraft are flying from Aspen to Atlanta to Dallas to Chicago, those large stage lengths, on aircraft that are holding less than 100 passengers. And so that per passenger, you get more greenhouse gas emissions on that. So the increase in jet fuel is tied to the 20% increase in operations, and with a 20% increase in the stage length. So we have a significant increase in distance flown, which we attribute to us because they're not stopping anywhere in between, so we collect those in our greenhouse gas inventory.
Right. So longer haul flights are going to reflect poorly on us because they're going to be topping off here.
Exactly. Then we have almost a 4% increase in the avgas, and then rental car increased, almost 17%. And so that's not public vehicle, that's rental car that, the airport operates basically.
Now, question just regarding the small percentages, which are the ground-based vehicles. Can the tugs go electric? Can we bring on more EVs to help take that?
They can go
percentage down?
electric. They can go compressed natural gas. There's lots of options out there that we can look at. We can look at all kinds of LED lights and things of that nature. It makes little things, but it added up and it'll make some changes. We have. I'll get into it. In our climate action plan, we've got some mitigation measures that are tied to the construction effects if we get into our construction program, whether it's a new terminal or upgrade of the terminal, some things we can do from that we've got identified.
Great, thanks.
Oh, here we are. We identified several items in the Pickett County Climate Action Plan to help mitigate these. They are still applicable. We reviewed those just last month to make sure they're still applicable to what we want to do, and they are. And they're tied to mostly to new construction projects. It's the development program at the airport. And, there are things like we can electrify the aprons so you don't have to use ground power units, things of that nature, which not only cuts down noise but cuts down emissions, things that can be incorporated. And we just have to look at the cost of what those are. And again, several of those measures will be incorporated in the overall airport development plan. Okay, this is, it's very hard to read, but these are the tables which summarize all that information. Again, they are color-coded based upon who owns the emissions, to put it very simply. We've got the airport-owned emissions in the light green, the blue are the tenants, and then the gray at the bottom are the public-owned emissions. And that's the comparison over the 2014 data to show the increase. And the same thing then with the key metrics that we look at. And people always ask, how do you define the rental cars? Well, we have determined that the rental cars are a 6-day average rental, which is a little more than I thought it would be. And I believe that's about 129,000 rental days. And so that's the travel distance.
Does that take into
That's
account,
it.
Sorry, the fleet mix for the rental cars?
I'm sorry?
Does that take into account the fleet mix?
Yes,
for
it
rental
does. That's
cars?
correct. That's correct. And one of the discussions we've had over the years is how do we encourage rental car companies to increase their fleets, which are either hybrid or something of that nature, as opposed to what we've got now. And those are long-term rental car agreements that have to be looked at. There's a big demand for big automobiles at the airport. And that's, in fact, I couldn't get anything but a Suburban. And me trying to drive a Suburban is ridiculous. But that's it. Any questions, comments?
I have some, just regarding, can we look at trying to promote more EVs in the rental car fleet or more hybrids in the rental car fleet? I'm just thinking, there must be movements across the country with rental car companies to do that, and can we be part of that is one question. The other one is anybody doing any sort of carbon fee on fuel sales? And if we did that, how would that how would that change the balance with other airports that aren't doing or are doing the same, if anyone else is doing something
Those are
like that?
two good questions, and I don't know the answers to those.
Because as we move forward, that would be good stuff to learn. How do we take a bite out of the Jet A sales, at least start paying our carbon fees on that. So anybody coming in and buying a lot of fuel knows that that's part of the deal. And how would that change it? Would that be?
Does it shift the market?
Does it shift the market as a bad idea? Does it do anything?
There are some voluntary programs we're aware of, for example, in San Diego and such, that accomplish some of those things. It's almost more like a rent program on gas to do offsets, and so these are things that we can certainly look into.
Yeah, there's I think what John's referring to is something called the Good Traveler Program,
Correct.
which is a voluntary program which each traveler then offsets the carbon emissions through a program they do, and that's becoming more and more popular at airports.
So we could volunteer everybody flying in.
Oh yeah, our company does that. We are corporate sponsor of the Good Traveler Program, so we do that for all of our travel. And over a year, it's amazing, what kind of offsets you can get off of that.
Is there a way to incentivize that among, like is there something that can be offered to to get a fleet to decide to do that?
The challenge is we are dealing with Well, I like to tell people that an airport is the only public facility owned and operated by a local unit of government, which is totally controlled by the FAA.
Right.
And so we have discrimination issues we need to deal with. We have all kinds of issues that you wouldn't find in a lot of other places. So we have to kind of walk a fine line to do that. But it's all worth looking at. And other airports are trying to take the bite out of that apple to do those sorts of things.
Steve?
Looking at all the trends in Europe and in the United States, Europe is saying they will no longer even be having fossil fuel operated motor vehicles. I don't think the United States would ever go there, or we would be way behind where Europe is because we have a different system here. But our wealthier population has a higher carbon footprint for almost everything they do. So they're the ones with the jets flying from longer distances, for instance, or they have bigger houses that use more energy per square foot and all those things. And I think that technological fixes will probably be the solution to kind of solve a lot of that issue. I can't see that the wealthier people are going to want to give up their private airplanes, but then they will be buying airplanes that might be electrically operated and charged, the electricity coming from solar and wind perhaps. So it's kind of a technological and economic fix, I think, is what we will probably see coming down the pike. Given our system in the United States, I can't see the government imposing anything on, like banning fossil fuel operated aircraft, for instance.
Well, what happens is, and noise is a prime example, because you're absolutely right in that the European countries they have the ability to do things that we don't do. And for our airlines, our commercial service airlines that wanted to do business in Europe, they had to meet the European noise standards. And that then just trickled down to the whole fleet. And the American manufacturers then said, we need to manufacture to meet those standards. The same thing with emission standards. You know, our carriers that want to do business in Europe have to meet those standards. So after a while, it'll trickle down to everybody operating in the United States, because that's what the manufacturers will be going to. It's, you know, it's a trickle-down effect. But you're right. I mean, Europe has set the standard on a lot of those, and we follow.
Huh, okay. So it's kind of similar to how California set a high standard for automobile emissions.
That's correct.
Way higher than the federal standards, and that is trickling across down to all the other parts of the country, because that's the cars of the automobile manufacturers are making.
And you've got economies of scale in manufacturing where it's cheaper to have one style instead of two separate vehicles, I guess.
Right. Last question I had was on anticipating power demand if we're moving toward EVs and electric. At some point, we're going to need to understand what that means for the airport in whatever form it takes. Assuming we're going to have a higher load, and we want to know if our utility is prepared for that.
Right.
So it'd be great to have a number. What's going to be the power demand in 5 years or 10 years?
Yeah, and Greg, I think that really needs to run concurrently with our visioning process for the airport and design process, and that will be part of the conversation there, because there is a lot of infrastructure as you make that transition. It may not be an investment you want to make right now if that investment's coming in the next few years. Yeah.
Farther down the road. Yeah, Kelly?
I guess I have a question for John. In terms of the scoping for the any potential new airport design, what opportunities do we have to sort of provide direction or request in advance input about, you know, looking at sort of best operators for airports that have lower comparatively GHG emissions, and you know, and incorporating some of these possible design requests in their process? Is that,
Yeah,
you give that direction, or will that?
well, you guys are the boss,
From-
and
from
it's your
the-
project, so you can absolutely give that direction as a board. And so, and that's certainly something with our team that we can look at best practices. I think we have started looking at some airports, and we've started looking at opportunities, and we've heard this from the community that they want us to be looking at opportunities for improving the footprint, the carbon footprint at the airport, whether that means, ground sourced kind of geothermal opportunities. Does it mean electrification of the airport? Does it mean solar? So we've got it on our radar screen from our previous efforts, and I think it's always been a high priority of this board's that we try and develop any infrastructure with an eye towards how do we make it as carbon neutral as possible. But it's certainly something that, as a discussion amongst this board in terms of setting priorities for the project, because there are going to be trade-offs, right, in what we can invest in and what we can accomplish or not. You guys ultimately make that decision, so you set those priorities. Yeah. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, I guess I'm
Okay.
just wondering, at what point do you want those? Do they want those? I don't want our visioning team, they only have a year to
Right.
come back to us in September and us say, oh, by the way, we want you to envision what, EV station for our rental fleet might look like and where that might go, and, those kind of things.
Right. Well, if the board wants to give that upfront, you can. I think where I would give it is as the committees or as you're getting initial feedback from the committees about the must-haves and that sort of thing, would be to provide that input at that time. I think you're going to find you guys are in line with the community on those fronts. But if you're seeing that there's a gap, because we're going to be bringing incremental decision points back to you, that's the opportunity. That's where I'd weigh in. What do we support? What do we think needs to be amended as we move forward? And then feed that back into the process. So you'll be getting updates throughout the year.
So it's not too late yet.
Yeah, we haven't designed anything.
To be on top of it. I had a question regarding Jet A sales were up at 7.5 million gallons in 17 as opposed to 5.4 in 14. How many tanker trips does that represent? How many tanker trucks? What is it? What's the
I don't.
capacity? Is it 10,000 gallons?
That's a good question. I don't know how many.
There's some highway damage
Right.
associated with this.
Exactly.
We may want to bring it back. We do have Jonathan who said he could do the math on the spot.
I was going to do it if I knew how big the tank was in the truck.
So they're right around.
Jonathan, do you mind?
They're about 8,000 gallons.
8,000. Okay, so 2.1 million divided by 8,000. Okay, 21 divided by 8. What are we looking at? We're looking at 2.9,
Yeah.
2,900 truck tankers. Am I off? I don't know. Somebody will have to do the math. Sorry. That's a lot. That's a lot of
10,000,
semi-truck trips on Highway 82.
Oh, how many do you do a day?
They're coming over from Denver usually, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so
Traffic.
Yeah, I mean,
So with the carbon footprint of just those trucks alone hauling that fuel is something worth paying attention to. Could it be 3,000 trips? Yes.
I do just want to flag a caution about biofuels. We should have a in-depth conversation before any kind of pursuit of that, because I do think sometimes that just displaces the emissions to the producing source rather than, it may reduce us here and increase somewhere else. So I just want to flag that as a concern.
Good point. Good point. I'm just doing the math here. I had to.
I think it's over 30,000.
I'm looking at 262.58 thousand gallon trips, and that's in the course of a year. Okay,
a
well,
lot
it's
of trips.
significant. That's 10 a month at least additional, on top of that'd be 3 times as many total. So we're looking at 800 trips a month on the highway from Denver. So multiply that times 3 times 400. Sorry, we're going to break the 315,000 miles driven, right? Or I just screwed something up there. Sorry, don't take that one. Okay.
But it
We're gonna-
is, there is not infrastructure closer, I believe, to serve those fuel needs. And so this is part of having this infrastructure and the volumes that we have now.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? I think we're about ready to wrap it up. We're about to break for lunch here. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule. I like to be 5 minutes early. We'll put that on the back end. Thanks for coming in, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be back.
I'm sure you will, with good news.
This is good news. This is all good news.
All right, thank you.
We've got some airports that are just going the opposite direction, which is
Right, no doubt, no doubt. Oh, that's good, thanks. Thanks, Grassroots. We're going to break for an hour. Work session, Board of County Commissioners, Tuesday, February 12th. We've got upcoming regular meeting items on the agenda, and up first is Mental Health Services IGA discussion with Karen Kunneman and several distinguished guests. Take it away.
Great. So Karen Kenneman, Pickens County Public Health Director, and I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves, and then I'll tell you why we're all here. We can start with Lori.
Oh, turn on her microphone. Yeah.
Lori Malloy, Chief Clinical Officer, Aspen Valley Hospital.
Michelle Michonne, Clinical Social Worker, Aspen Valley Hospital.
Gary Schreiner, Behavioral Health Director, Mountain Family Health Centers.
Nan Sundin, Human Services Director.
Lindsay May, Mind Springs Health Program Director.
Jackie Scramstead, Mind Springs Health Clinical Operations Manager.
Tom Heald, Assistant Superintendent, Aspen Schools.
Richard Pryor, Aspen Police Chief.
Welcome. Wow, what a great group. Thanks for coming.
So thank you for having us all at the table here. So we're really here today to share information and answer questions about the 2018 Mental Health Services IGA that we had between Pickens County, the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, and the Aspen School District. And then to really allow you to hear from our partners about what's been going on for the past year, and then to tee up for the 2019 IGA that we're looking to further this relationship with. And so it's an opportunity for you to ask all the questions you have and get some information from all of us before we come back to you with the IGA at the next work session, or sorry, the next regular session on February 27th. Thank you. Okay, so this quote is a quote from Greta Thunberg, who is a climate change activist. And if you have been following the news, you might have seen her. She's 16 years old, an incredibly passionate and well-spoken youth that has really championed climate change. And I was listening to her over the weekend, and I thought, wow, you know, this quote of hers just really, I think, resonates with me in a lot of different ways about things that we really need to take action on, things that are really complex social issues or environmental issues that, you know, that are so overwhelming right now that it feels like sometimes we can't get a hold of them or get ahead of them. And I loved that she sort of juxtaposed hope and action together. And so what we hope to present to you today is really the action that we've tried to take collectively to change a lot of the mental health change the mental health system in this community and really allow for people to get the services they need when they need it.
So just to go back a little bit in time, around 2016 and 17, what happened for us was that Aspen Police Department decided they needed a police officer who would specialize in mental health. And that raised, and the price tag was what you would expect for one employee in a city department. So we were looking at that and thinking about how much money we are collectively or separately putting out in the community towards mental health without a coordinated effort. And as we looked at it, we really looked at the fact that the system was not coordinated. There wasn't integrated health care. There were multiple barriers to accessing mental health care. The funding structure was really siloed, and all of us, each of us, were contributing to mental health without clear outcomes or expectations, and not knowing what the other was contributing. And there were gaps within a continuum of care that we developed where we identified the ideal of what we wanted from prevention to treatment, intervention, and aftercare. And so in the discovery of that, we, whoops, this is, oh, I'm on the wrong side. Oh, I see. Okay. Anyway, so we, Pickens County, had the opportunity to pull the City of Aspen, Aspen Police, the sheriff's office, the hospital, human services, public health, and the ski company, as well the community foundation, together to do some mental health strategic planning with a woman named Heather Harcourt. Sorry, I am bad at this. I'll get better though to help you.
Since we got here, Joey DeSalvo's joined us from the sheriff.
Sorry, I'm late, man.
That's okay.
Glad you're here.
You know this stuff anyway. You were there. Okay, so the first thing we did was we created a purpose and a vision. In particular, the important things here are that our desire was to create a system of care that rapidly improves access to mental health, and that we wanted to define funding mechanisms and apply financial resources to support the programs that we thought were essential. We also created a vision at that time, a thriving, vibrant, healthy, and strong community made up of fulfilled residents who have access to an integrated, effective, affordable system of mental health and substance use treatment services, regardless of their ability to pay. So what's really different about what we were doing was we decided to pull the funders together instead of, we had tried through Valley Health Alliance to pull the providers together, and we didn't have as much luck having rapid movement. So at this point, we were trying pulling the funders together to see if we couldn't create a collective impact with our funding. So we worked together. Once we pulled all our money together, we had $488,000 that we could direct in a more conscious, intentional way. We put an RFP out, and we were looking in particular for our partners to be able to increase access to services, the right time, the right service, filling gaps in the continuum of care, enabling integration of services and integrated health services, and better coordination and collaboration with funders. And then finally, what was really important to us as a starting place was to try to increase our local capacity for serving Medicaid and Medicare to populations that still are underserved in mental health in our community. So we worked together, we got 3 proposals, and we were really excited to choose one proposal that came from Mountain Family and Mind Springs together, which on its face clearly demonstrated the collaboration that we were looking for. 2 agencies that wanted to really move toward integrated health. And they offered services in different places, both at Mountain Family, at the school, and there's one other place, hospital, and in the community. They demonstrated their willingness to work together, which is really was really forward thinking on their part, and has created, I think, a model for the rest of the region in how they're working together. They were both able to offer services regardless of ability to pay, as well to accept Medicaid and other forms of insurance. And they provided new services in the community, including a full-based school counselor. And we have Charlotte here. Charlotte is our school-based counselor, and community mobile response unit. So we were able to very quickly change the landscape of the services that are provided.
So once the proposal was selected and awarded, we went ahead and went under contract with Mind Springs Health and Mountain Family Health Centers and built up a structure to allow for this collaborative work to really unfold. And so we set up a steering committee made up of the funders as well as a few other stakeholders, and then set up 2 operational groups. So a school operational group and a law enforcement / medical operations group. And the law enforcement medical operations group and school operations group met monthly. And our partners will speak more to that work, but it really was an opportunity to start to increase communication, start to spearhead around where there may have been challenges within the system, and really do almost a quality improvement process with that to figure out where are the challenges, how do they start to sort of tinker with them and fix them. And then the steering committee was oversight that met quarterly, well, actually every month for the first 6 months, and then we met quarterly after that, and really overviewed the budget. And we set up some key performance indicators or metrics with Mind Springs Health and Mountain Family, and we reviewed those so that we could sort of see progress made over the year and see where we needed to make tweaks as well. So we were collecting data, collecting quantitative and qualitative data through this process, and then really, again, increasing opportunities for communication with the way that we set up this contract. And so what was identified through this process, and it goes back to the 4 bullets that Nia mentioned at the very beginning of where the community had seen the gaps and what we really wanted to try to address through this whole year. And that was access to integrated care, improving collaboration between our partners, and that includes everybody here at the table as well as other providers. Really looking at this collective funding model as a way to increase services. So I think what was really unique was the dollar amount didn't change from what everybody was contributing, but we actually got more services and more FTE out of pooling our dollars together, which I think is pretty amazing. We were able to increase services and increase more robust wraparound so that people were getting a quality and continuing along the continuum of care in a different way than clients might have in the past, and really increasing responsiveness and quality services. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to talk about the increased quality services and what Mind Springs Health and Mountain Family have done over the past year.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us be here today to share this story because it's pretty compelling. So as a result of the contract with the county and with Mountain Family Health Center, we've created 7 new positions. The positions that Mind Springs holds are a new case manager, which contributes to that rapid response, that community-based rapid response team, the therapist in the Aspen schools, a community-based therapist, so this is really someone who is going into people's homes, meeting clients where they're at, clients who have maybe barriers that are preventing them from coming into the clinic, maybe their own mental illness is preventing them from coming into the clinic, so the community-based therapist can actually go to them and meet them there. We also were able to have more psychiatric services in the jail as a result. So our psychiatric nurse practitioner goes to the jail now and helps with those clients, our inmates, and a part-time therapist in the BOCC school system. So it's 3 days a week or a 0.6 FTE of a therapist who's able to help facilitate and collaborate with those with the BOCC school district as well in the elementary and middle school. Mountain Family Health Centers, they brought 4 different positions into this continuum. I'm going to let Gary speak to those a little bit.
We were able to hire 2 master's level behavioral health therapists. One is bilingual, and one is a certified addictions counselor. So we can provide substance abuse disorder services there also. At our old clinic, you probably all know we have a new BOCC clinic now. We had space issues. So now that our new clinic, we've hopefully eliminated that. They each will have 2 different behavioral health offices to see patients there. Again, continuing with the integrated care. Our 2 care coordinators, we call them behavioral health advocates. Basically, they're case managers, care coordinators. They do all of the above, basically. They'll help set up services, set up referrals. They even are tasked, they go out to the community. I think probably a lot of you probably have already met either Suzanne, we have another new one, or Sandra, who's left us since. So they're out in the communities. They're trying to reach those patients, those people that are afraid to come in because of some of the political environment. They're afraid they're going to get deported or whatever. So we're out there trying to get them to convince them to come in and get medical treatment and behavioral health treatment if needed. So that's kind of their primary roles.
Great. So before we start our presentation of all the data, I'd like to share with you guys an anonymous client testimonial that they agreed for me to be able to share today, and I feel it does a really nice job of framing just how powerful the services are that we're offering through this contract. When I arrived on the scene, I felt uneasy and anxious about my mental state in utilizing services. I was coming unglued. I'd been hospitalized 5 times in 2 years. Upon meeting with staff in Aspen, I started to piece together a plan about me and my future through therapy and case management. After a series of months, I began putting myself back together and feeling more stable and confident. Through therapy and medication, I began to mount a defense against what I had been going through. It all over time has worked, and I was able to nurture myself back into a more positive and mindful state. Case management was very instrumental because it allowed me to work on things that were outside the office door arena. I was able to get out with my case manager and do things in the community. Case management helped connect me to the faith community and to volunteer opportunities. Faith in God have been such an inspiring force for me. Without it, I'm not sure where I'd be. I feel so lucky to live in an area where no matter what, Mind Springs Health was there for me when I got back, every time. Even though I'm moving into my next chapter, I'd like, if possible, to stay connected with Mind Springs as they've helped me to get where I am now. I'm so grateful that I'm feeling as good as I am now. Without this support, I'm not sure this would have been possible in such a short period of time. The quote that's up there, I feel so lucky to live in an area where no matter what, Mind Springs Health was there for me every time I got back, is so powerful, because when we think about resiliency and what really supports our clients in their rehabilitation, what we know is that consistency is one of the things that will build resiliency for a lot of our clients. So when this client told me that, I was essentially in tears. It just was so powerful, and I think it speaks just to the breadth of what we're doing.
Wow.
Any questions?
Questions?
Yeah.
That was pretty moving,
You help one
actually.
person, you help the world.
It's very moving. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here and presenting this. And I am stunned by, one, how quickly this came together. I know you all worked so hard on it over so many months, but it's incredible to see what's happened in the last couple of years. And it's really encouraging and exciting to be sitting up here hearing this. So thank you. Anybody else?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to share some more compelling data with you.
Now, are these going to be
More-
collected where hopefully we can spread this out beyond these comments and testimonials beyond, so the community can hear this or read it in a brochure or something?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah. So with the partnership, we've seen a pretty dramatic increase in the number of new individuals served in our county between our two agencies. So in 2016 and 2017, Mind Springs Health saw 816 new clients both years, which was really funny. Our data person went back and had to check it a few times. She was like, is that right? 816 both years? But it was. She was right. So 816, the same amount over 2016 and 2017. And in 2018, we saw 885 new clients. So we saw a nice increase there. Mountain Family Health Center saw 144 new clients in 2016, 339 in 2017, and then the jump to 551 in 2018. So as you can see, that impact is pretty nice. So we saw a total between our two agencies of 1,436 clients in Pitkin County that received some sort of behavioral health intervention. I kind of want to celebrate that a little bit. That's pretty, I mean, it's a pretty big number, I think, considering. So, yeah.
Where do you expect for next year? Where do you expect these curves? Is it going to keep growing like that, or have we?
It's interesting because it's been a pretty. I mean, 2018 we saw a pretty substantial, significant jump. So I don't know going into next year, because the funding stream is the same. I'm not sure that we'll see a ton more clients. We may, but given some of the new funding as well with co-responder and the ability to bolster and bring in more mental health services, I imagine we're going to continue seeing an upward.
And the new facility.
trend.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Steve?
and the new facility, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So looking at the chart, someone could potentially read it to say, oh my gosh, we're having more and more people who have mental health problems.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I read the chart to say that we have more capacity to deal with mental health issues, and there's more awareness of people to seek help.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I see reflected in the chart. But do you have any statistics on what percentage of the population actually have mental health issues that they need to have treated, and how does that compare with several years ago? What's the long-term trend?
Yeah, that's a tough statistic because of all the stigma that's wrapped up around mental health. So I agree with you. I think that this is more reflective of more people living with mental illness have always been living with mental illness. It's just, have they been accessing care? Have they been able to access care? And my guess is, just with what we've been doing, we're able to get those people, we're able to connect to those people
Touching
now.
those people.
Yeah.
And I would say the number that gets used quite a bit is about 1 in 4 people have a mental health condition at some point. So when you think of 25% of the community, we're still not touching everybody who is potentially dealing with a mental health issue, but we're certainly touching a lot more.
We're coming close.
Yeah,
we're coming close. Yeah, we're getting closer.
I just have a question about this stat. So would this be, a person who comes and registers and has one visit, and people who come and have a year of care, all in one?
Yep, all in one.
Yep. Because some people really need different things. When you
Sure.
talk about mental health needs and issues, somebody going through a life change might need 1 or 2 times. Somebody with a more chronic condition might need a much longer course of care.
And so if someone who refused care kind of came to see you and then decided, maybe this isn't for me, wouldn't be counted in this?
They would be counted.
They would be counted, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the next thing that I'm going to talk about is just the number of services that we provided. We thought this was really interesting as well. So on the one hand, we have the number of clients that have been reached, and in what this is showing is the actual amount of touches or interventions that have happened. For MindSprings Health in 2016, we offered around 6,195 services. In 2017, 6,462. And in 2018, 6,961 services. We're seeing a pretty steady increase in the number of services. So what it makes me think is that between 2016 and 17, where we saw the exact same number of clients in those new clients, they're getting more services. There's more intervention happening. So Mountain Family Health Center in 2016 had 2,143 behavioral health services, 2017, 2,575, and they had a nice jump in 2018 to 3,165 services, which means for overall in our entire community, we have, of those 1,500-ish clients, they have received over 10,000 services.
Okay. One of the things we wanted to give you all a very concrete example of is how we partner with Mountain Family and how we stretch the mental health resources across 2 agencies. And a really good example of that is the collaboration around the Lake Christine fire. After the fire was not quite out, but after people could go back into their homes, Mountain Family Health, MindSprings, and Valley Settlement Project actually went door to door in the mobile home park. So we went out to about 300 residents, a little over 300 residents, knocked on doors, checked in with people, We had Spanish-speaking folks so that we could talk directly with the folks that we encountered, and heard their story, gave them information about how to seek further services, gave them information about what to expect post disaster. What we also did was we walked around with a list of where we could take down names, addresses, contact information for people who needed additional follow-up besides just us coming out to check on them. And what we did with that list between Mountain Family and Mind Springs was we did some triage. Who were the folks that really don't have a history of mental health issues, but are having some increased anxiety and stress related to what they just experienced? Those folks who had a more acute reaction, we sent to Mountain Family, where they could probably be treated in a couple of sessions, because that's the model. Primary care does up to 6 sessions. We're dealing with the more long-term kind of issues at Mind Springs Health. The folks that we saw and encountered that clearly had either been in our system or had a history of mental health issues, needs, and that was being exacerbated by what they just went through with this fire and evacuation, those folks we wrapped up into our system. So with about the 20 people that we really did some intensive follow-up, it was split about half and half. Mountain Family took about half, and Mind Springs followed up with the other half, just based on their needs.
I have a question. Does that type of service, from anybody who's got history with disasters, say I think they brought in some mental health people for the Paradise Fire in California, but I think that's exceptional for people to come in with that thought process after a disaster. It's not just about the roof over your head, it's about what's going on in your mind and how you're dealing with it. And I think that's key for people getting back into that roof over their head and getting back into their lives as normal as could be after such an amazing disaster. But I think those are also great stories to tell. Because that's really an outreach. I mean, we saw that outreach from the beginning of that fire. We're still seeing it now from the impacts of that fire.
Oh yeah.
So
And we will be for a while.
Yeah, we will. And I think that's something we thank you a lot for helping out.
Thank you.
Good, I wanted to ask just regarding the response to a disaster among the the people who are more inclined to have a problem related to it. Do we have statistics on what percentage of the client population is going to be affected? Could you forecast, say something else happened, could you forecast how many people would be coming in, or what kind of capacity you would need?
Yeah, I don't know that there's really any kind of forecasting, and some of it is so variable in exactly what happens. We were really lucky in the Lake Christine fire that there weren't more that there wasn't more property damage, and that there weren't any lives lost or people seriously injured. I mean, when you're talking about something the scope of the Paradise Fire, so it's really variable disaster to disaster. I mean, we did this door-to-door intervention to hit anybody regardless, but also behind the scenes, I know both Mountain Family and Mind Springs, who already had clients who lived there, we were also doing extra outreach to the people we'd identified. The door-to-door was really to touch people that maybe were not in our system, to give them information and access and what to expect. And really, I was surprised. The people that we were able to talk to, I was actually on one of the teams that went in to the mobile home park myself. I speak some Spanish. And people just wanted to tell their story. They just needed to tell their story. And there was some healing in just knowing that they could tell their story. And there was a ton of healing and just appreciation in the fact that we came to their home. People were just so touched. I mean, they were hugging the teams and just saying, thank you for being here. Thank you for thinking about us. And when we walked the neighborhood, and it was hot, it was the middle of summer, as you know, the kids had gotten word in the families that we were in the neighborhood, and they would bring us food or like beverages because they knew it was hot. And the community really was just so thankful that people were thinking about them.
Good to hear. Great.
It's an interesting question, though, about the forecast,
Yeah.
if there's a way to
Can't help but
track
think that would be
yeah.
useful information for the next event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be, and I just think there's always they're so different.
Well, I think you can key into that with the fact that we are worried about the next event there, the next mud flow disaster. So that would be, we already have contact with people. That would be another way to reinforce with them. If anything were to happen, we're taking every effort we can so something doesn't happen. But that's a good list to have in mind when, if something else triggered. Those are the people you might want to reach out to first and foremost
Yeah.
to say, okay, we might be going through a little evacuation again, and how can we help you do that?
Yeah.
So,
And they know us.
I was
Yeah.
just going to acknowledge too that it's not just the people who are impacted, people who witnessed it being, in the community. I heard so many stories of people whose houses were not at risk, but their house burned down when they were a kid, or something happened.
exacerbated those
So it was a
feelings.
whole community ripple effect, and so trying to forecast, you can't even imagine. You just cannot imagine the experiences people have had that might be triggered by a mud, a fire, a flood, something like that.
And just the people who you hear stories of, I was frozen in the parking lot at City Market. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I sat on my deck or my porch or my living room window, glued because they were afraid to look away or afraid to, yeah.
Okay, so just for a little bit more qualitative data to share with you, we now have at Mind Springs Health for access to care, we have walk-in hours 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, where anyone can walk in and get an appointment. And additionally, Mountain Family Health Center is screening every client, medical or not, with a PHQ-2 to integrate behavioral health into their practice. And I'm going to let Gary talk a little bit more about this slide.
Do y'all know what a PHQ-2 is, or 9?
Physical health,
It's
psychiatric health.
it's a depression. It's just a brief depression screen, and so every patient that comes in, we give them what they call PHQ-2. There's just 2 questions, and if they test affirmative to one of those 2 questions, then we continue on with the 9, which is just 7 more questions that just talk about depressive symptoms, and then there's a certain score that triggers whether we need to follow up with them. So if it goes, we go if it's above a 14, which is kind of the middle score, then we refer them to a behavioral health specialist to check in to say, hey, what's going on here? How can we help you? And so that's kind of the process. Now, our goal is 100% to get everybody, but 100% is getting difficult. Some people refuse to do it because I said, I was just in here last week and I did it. Why do I need to do it again? Well, okay, we're not going to argue that point. And so we have that. And so if you notice the green, the percentage of patients screened has gone down. If a person has already been diagnosed with an anxiety or a depression, we won't screen them again because they're already being followed up. So there's no need to screen them. They've already got a diagnosis. We already know about it. We always will check in with those people. So that's why the numbers have dropped with that, because they're already in treatment somehow. The percentage of positive screens out of all the people that we screen, those are the ones that tested for some type of depressive symptomology. And then the yellows, this just on the fourth quarter, 63% had a follow-up with a behavioral health provider. That number is low, and I kind of got a little, I don't want to say weirded out, but so why is that so low? We had a lot of people doing that fourth quarter, a lot of people going on vacation, a lot of behavioral health providers were gone, and so that kind of dropped with the follow-up. But that's been, hopefully will be taken care of. But that's kind of what those numbers mean. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Gary, do you want to speak to the statistic that we put up there?
38%, 64% left.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking to the right there. 64% of people who attempt suicide see a doctor in 30 days prior. That's a national statistic. A lot of times there's always hints. There's going to be somebody they're going to see there. There may be psychosomatic. I have a stomach, I got a headache, I've got this, I've got that. They don't really say what's going on. they want somebody to pull it out of them in a way. And so they go there, and if they don't feel like that doc or whatever is validating them, that just makes it worse and exacerbates it. The 38% is usually it's a week before they commit suicide. That's what happens. It's like their final step. You know, help me out here, and they may not say that. More times than not, they're not going to say that. They say, "Help me out here somehow," and it doesn't happen. And that was my last straw.
Maybe it's more of a question for Tom, but we've been very fortunate in our community. We haven't had any tragedies in our school systems, but I'm just curious on sort of on a national level where people always come out and say, "Oh yeah, I saw the sign that this kid was heading down this way," but no one sort of intercepted him. And I just wonder if it follows sort of the same theme that if you've got a troubled person who has the ability to have seen a professional 30 days prior or X amount of days prior, if that helps reduce the risk of some tragedy in our community or in our schools.
Yes, and that's why we try to do it every visit. We try to do some type of check-in, a behavioral health check-in, a PHQ, just a simple screen to give us some notification. Usually it's a 15-minute appointment. The doc gets in there and say, "Okay, you got a stomach ache. Let's figure out what's causing a stomach ache," and they get in there and they get out. And so that's why we're trying to screen every person that comes in there.
And again, so maybe again to Tom, that's with your new resource person at the school. Are we utilizing?
We'll get to that when it pops up. But I will say that one of the things that we're learning from just the suicide data is that the boots on the ground oftentimes in public education don't have the skills to deal with the behaviors that are coming in front of them. And so incorporating trainings like mental health first aid, I know Greg, you've talked about that, and we've got some of our staff working on that too. It just gives our staff some talking points about what to look for, and if a kid says X, at least that they filter that through a specific lens that they can at least say, wow, there's a concern. I may not be able to deal with it, but we have somebody to hand it off to, and that can begin to address those issues. And yeah, in our system we'll get there, but it's, we're able to do some of those hot handoffs pretty quickly now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times clients don't know what's wrong. So integrating the PHQ into the primary care, because that data point of 64%, they might come in and not know that that's how they're feeling. And to have the trained professionals in the room to kind of be able to drill down into that a little bit can be, really helpful.
I have a question, just wondering, when I hear you speaking, I was assuming that every general practitioner, medical professional in the Valley would have this screening ability, and it occurs to me, no, you're talking about Mountain Family Health in particular and what you're doing there, which is so remarkable. What I'm wondering is, are we reaching out and trying to bring up that level of awareness and screening capacity with every doctor's office in the community?
Yes.
It's a good question.
We are.
Yeah.
Through the West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, there is a zero suicide initiative. Actually, Gary and I are presenting in April.
Did it go back? No.
March or April, to a much larger audience of local primary care, and one of the pieces of zero suicide that we've pulled out to really focus on is the PHQ and the PHQ2 and the PHQ9 and that identification process, so that we're not missing people who are presenting for help and just don't know how to articulate it, don't know how to talk about it. We have to have a way to help foster that conversation. So Gary and I are doing a presentation sometime this spring on that.
Excellent.
And in tandem, we have doctors asking us about it often, so we're educating and working with people. We just did, I just met with Community Health last week to talk about the screening tools and just some different options. But the PHQ is really, that's kind of the gold standard for screening out.
So I kind of expect next time I see my doctor, I'm going to expect them to
Ask them.
Do.
Can't rehearse the
How will I know?
questions ahead of time.
How will I know if I'm being screened? It's good to hear that. Thank you. my other comment as we move forward on this, in particular, as you know, it's something that's super interesting to me. I think our community is amazing. Clearly, we have this amazing thing going here.
Yeah.
How do we compare to the rest of the state? I'm a little concerned that we're unique. And the next question after that would be, how do we export this so that other communities can benefit? That may be a future conversation.
I think the benefit here is I know talk to all the other behavioral health managers, directors throughout the state through the FQHCs, and they kind of do what we're doing also. A lot of things we're like 3 steps ahead of them because they're starting this. But the community involvement here is phenomenal. When I tell them about, with the Pitkin County and with Eagle County and everything like this, they look at me, really? You guys have that much? Yeah, I said the communities are really involved. I think probably because the smaller communities get more involved and they're more direct. Where you're in Denver or you're in Greeley, Fort Collins, it's a mishmash.
Lost in the shuffle.
Jordan?
I think it'll I think it'll increase too when we get this integrated healthcare system over in Eagle County. So we'll have that balance on both sides of the mountain there. I think that's great, and then we can share it up and down the I-70 corridor from there.
Yeah, I mean, as Greg said, I think we have an extraordinary community and partnership and collaboration with all these different services. And what I find is interesting is at our last community survey that we just did, one of the top priorities, which has been the same over the last several years we've done our survey, is a top priority is to address mental health and substance abuse programs and services. And I just wonder if the greater community, those who are not in need or do not know someone in need, are not aware of all these services, and if they find someone that they want to refer, I don't know, it seems like we haven't got the word out to the greater community that we have these great services and we're able to provide all these programs because we continually to get this response back from our community survey, which is small, but it's statistically accurate, that mental health services and substance abuse continues to be a top priority.
It's good feedback, and also just want to remind everyone, you probably know this in the back of your mind, that on November 6th, I think 8 communities passed mental health taxes, Larimer and San Miguel Uray and Summit County, and there are others that I can't remember. We're just a little bit ahead. And so Karen and I frequently talk to other communities. How did you get the funders together? And we're learning from them in terms of the initiatives. But unfortunately, still funding in the state of Colorado is somewhere around, 50-something out of 50 states. It's not very good. So local communities are really taking charge. We're just a little ahead, as we like to be.
I'm going to say, that sounds familiar.
Right.
Okay, so as part of our contract agreement, one of the measurables that we had was to have an average of a 40-minute crisis response time 80% of the time. So over the past 3 years, we were able to grab the data to see how this has changed with this new contract measurable. In 2016, we had an average response. So what that means is when there's a crisis call, a client is suicidal, homicidal, or gravely disabled, how quickly are we getting to that place? So if it's out in the community, are we getting there within 40 minutes? If it's at the hospital, are we getting there that quickly? It's measuring the actual time. And I can see why there was maybe some concern, because in 2016 we had about an average of a 76-minute turnaround. It's over an hour to get back, to get to the crisis. In 2017 we had a 66-minute, so you start to see kind of a decrease, which is probably also part of listening to the community, the collaborations that were already happening before this contract happened. And then in 2018, we had an average of a 42-minute response time for the whole year. And we did meet the goal of at least 80% of the time, making it within 40 minutes. What I will say about this statistic, it is interesting to look. I like this better because it says the actual average. The way that we've looked at it, sometimes when we responded within 45 minutes, it wasn't being illustrated that way. So I think this is a really good illustration of just how quickly we're getting there and how people are getting access to care much quicker. We also do a quick client satisfaction scale with clients after a crisis has happened. We ask them on a scale of 1 to 4, or on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being you had a great experience, which
in the middle of a crisis.
In the middle of a crisis,
yeah,
it's a tough standard.
It's a great experience.
Right. But how was your experience with the staff? And the crisis customer satisfaction data for this year, for 2018, was 3.87. So I do think it's room for growth, and it's also not a terrible score to have for us.
That would be a hard one to judge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The response from. I mean, you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Dramatic improvement. And is this a statistic for MindSpring's health response? I was looking at the logo. That's MindSpring's
Yes, that's
response.
It's MindSpring's,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah,
just
well
as-
done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sometimes we responded in 0 minutes.
Because you were right there.
We were right
Yeah.
there, yep.
Yes.
Are there reasons that you would turn people away? Like if someone was from Garfield County and comes to access resources or anything?
Never. In fact, we were just having a conversation at a co-responder meeting where there was some language around rejecting referrals. and I was having this reaction myself. I was like, we don't ever reject anyone. We don't turn anyone away, ever.
Sorry, you're outside of our 40-minute response time. We can't.
Skew our statistics.
Yeah, I think that would go over well with any of us.
So we thought we'd interject another story in relation to response time and have Chief Richard Pryor and Joey share your law enforcement experience over the last year. And I know response time was one of the key indicators you were both very interested in at the time.
Thank you. To you, please. I'm going to stay fairly high level. It was my intention to have our Human Services Officer come today to provide you some more testimonials, but he's out sick, so you're just left with me, I'm afraid. I actually want to go back a little bit to something Nan spoke of earlier, and that is back in 2016, Nan had mentioned that we were having conversations about the quality of service, and I'm going to go back to 2015 when, as a police chief, I remember tearing my very short hair out of wondering what to do about providing support to our patrol officers in responding to these calls, whether crisis calls or just general welfare checks or mental health type calls, and really not knowing what to do because I felt as though I had no resources. At the time, the relationships we had were not cohesive, not very communicative, and needed work. So that was the genesis for creating the Human Services Officer. So I felt that I could get some control over case management, at least some consistency in providing contact to those who needed it on the streets. And that position has continued to be an incredible success. In fact, now I have an opportunity for a sales pitch. I would say, if Joe were to come to you saying, please, can we have an HSO position, I would say, please fund it. Incredibly valuable. So that sort of creation of that position acknowledged that we weren't receiving the services that we really needed, and we're having to provide them for ourselves. Out of that came the collaboration that Nan mentioned to try and address this lack of response from the providers, the lack of case management, which was really key. So people not talking together about the services that our clients were being provided, just generally a lack of care. And so out of that, this continuum evolved. And for the last year, I've got to tell you, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, as a police chief now, I feel like I have a team to go to. I have an amazing working group who is supportive, that we can go and hash through problems and tweak a program. And it's really difficult to put into words, really, how effective it's been. Yes, of course, there's room for growth here. But to have, again, I think this is the strength, rather than testimonials even, is to have this group together working on this in this community is priceless. And so let's continue to leverage this group and the skills that Mind Springs and Mountain Family have been bringing to the table to keep moving things forward. So really the basic parts of the continuum have been addressed, to my mind. Yes, they can be improved. The response time has been fantastic. We're looking at improving that even more with the co-responder model. Jess, thank you. So it'll be really interesting to see how the metrics evolve over the next year or two or three. I think that time will tell as to how much impact we're having. Interestingly, your question about are we going to see numbers go up or stabilize? The Aspen Police Department has seen a slight decline this January from last January. Still 32 mental health calls that we responded to in the 31 days of January, as opposed to 37 last year. But who knows where that's going to go. Overall, in 2018, we, the APD, responded to 258 mental health related calls. In 2017, 171, and in 2016, 35 that were documented. A lot of that is around our documentation. Again, things that we're all working on to improve and refine so we can bring better data to the community and refine our programs in a better way too. So really, I thank you for the support. I mean, it is a genuine community effort, and it's incredibly important to all of us that we just keep nudging the needle forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to. I'm sorry,
Question from Kelly.
Sure. I'm wondering, do you have any statistics or even kind of anecdotal evidence about if that has avoided some incarcerations or?
There's no question it has. Like I don't have them in front of me, but it's one of the sort of the focus of the HSO is to try and prevent unneeded incarceration or arrests, even diverting people out of the system before they even get to the system. And that's in particular what the co-responder model is designed around. So I can find those for you and get them to you if you're interested in them.
Sure, thank you. Yeah.
I'd love to ask us regarding the co-responder program, which has just started in the last how many months, and up to speed now. So we've got it. We're staffed and it's beginning, and it's going to work with both departments. I understand. Is that right?
And Snowmass Village as well.
And Snowmass as well. Yeah. So it's up and rolling.
Yes.
Well, March 11th is the official,
Okay.
We'll have a full team already.
So it's evolving as we speak.
Soft rollout.
A soft rollout. Great. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Joey. Didn't mean to.
No,
go ahead.
That's fine.
Joey, make sure you get your mic over there too.
Well, one thing I didn't hear from Richard, and which we expect to hear from you also, is the satisfaction survey from an arrest.
Right.
Isn't that
Yeah, we have that. Yeah. Richard's right, we do have that, and it's hard to believe, but it's pretty high. People like the way they're treated. I'm happy Richard went first because I think that presentation was not only more eloquent than I could deliver, but his accent is much more pleasant to listen to than mine is. But I got to tell you, I couldn't have written that better myself. That synopsis was right on. We're not here to pat each other on the back, but I think the innovation of the co-responder police officer in Andy Atkinson, I think, was the beginning of the tipping point to police involvement in some of these issues. I think it's been amazing the way Andy specifically has developed relationships with these people who are in need and previously, didn't have either a sympathetic ear or a place to go or somebody who understood their plight. So, I think that may have been the beginning of this shift as far as at least when I'm talking about police and their interaction with people on the street. So, I think that was a big part. I think I'm really happy that in the jail we are getting 6 hours a week or so of inside, I'm sorry that is a term we use for the jail, but for people that are incarcerated, getting them 6 hours or so a week of hands-on mental health help. I think we're going to get that increased somewhat. We're working on a program with Aspen Ambulance and some other things. I just hope we can do better. This week I spoke to the people down at the new facility. Those beds are going to go quick. I was happy to find out that the good news for us is most mental health facilities won't take people with charges, which has handcuffed us, no pun intended, for a long time. What do we do with somebody in jail with a mental health crisis who also has a felony? They're not going to go to a facility. So the facility in Grand Junction, and this was through my conversation with John Fahey, Greg, I have to tell you this was vetted out, is that now we could send somebody down there who has charges for a period of about 8 days to get them a really good mental health evaluation, hopefully balance some meds, and then when they send them back to us, it may be a more manageable issue. I do have some pretty sick people in my jail right now. I'm going to keep pressing for a more humane way to house them with us. I think it's what we do around here. Lastly, I'd like to really address one thing that even as we listen to candidates in the municipal election this year and in the November election, I really keep hearing something that I'd really like to try and dispel, and I'm going to throw it back to you guys. Picken County has the highest suicide rate on the face of the earth, or things like that. I have only anecdotal information to go on. I happen to think that we had a really bad time of it 10 years or so ago. It just doesn't feel that way anymore. And I'm not sure if we should try and readjust that and relook at that statistic and try and get this rap off of us. I'm not sure. I think we should focus more, and I'd like to hear the numbers, on the fact that we lowered those numbers significantly in the past 10 years. And we're not wearing that jacket anymore that we have the highest suicide rate in Colorado. Like I said, it's anecdotal on my part. I don't think we deserve that rap anymore. I think it's because programs like this, Andy Atkinson, these response times have changed everything for us. It may even save lives. We don't know. But I'd like to see if there is, and it may be in the presentation, a statistic of how our suicide rate went down, because I'd be willing to bet it has. Lastly, as far as the response times goes, I have to tell you, I know Richard would agree with me. As a police officer, when you call for help in a situation that's so unfamiliar and personal, like mental health, domestic violence, and you're in someone's home, and you don't have the skills to deal with them, I'm telling you, I think the first statistic was an hour and 15 minutes from the old days. That might as well have been 3 days. It's so uncomfortable to see somebody suffer, and you don't have the skills to help them. Get that down to 42 minutes, and it's probably less than that in most cases. I think, especially where Richard's concerned, because Picken County is roughly the size of Rhode Island. It's 1,000 square miles. I can't expect anyone to get to all corners of Picken County in less than 40. My cops can't do it. So I think that response time is not only primarily important to the people receiving the help, but I can't tell you what a relief it is as a police officer to know that, just like waiting for an ambulance, for us, you guys are like more or less an ambulance. You get there and we have help. We have relief. So those are my highlights of it. There's always room for improvement. That 3.86 is a great number. As we kind of said earlier, I don't know how to judge that when you say, how was your experience? You came in here suicidal. It's never a good experience. But those are the things I'd like to work on. I appreciate everything you guys have done collaboratively. I do think it's a model, and it's succeeding, and I just have thanks.
Great, thanks, Joey.
Yeah, Joey's point on suicide statistics, not that one suicide is okay, not that two, not, the 0 would be great, but with my experience in the health field in this community, it was ironic to me that there are people who come here to commit suicide. It's a beautiful place. Why not have this be the last place that I take a breath? So I think in looking at that, those, are people who we haven't had the ability to contact, who come here from all over the country, if not the world in some cases. So that would be important to integrate into the statistical facts too on that, if possible. We reduced it, I think we have. We still have horrible tragedies that we all wish we didn't have, but in some cases that's life, as it is in death. So we need to be careful. I think on that, with Joey's point is, I think we have made enormous strides, so we need to take some pats on the back for that.
I think that's something we can celebrate. I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but to say we have less people killing themselves here than we did 10 years ago. But I think it shows that this community cares and that they're paying attention. Once again, anecdotally, in 2001, I had 3 friends kill themselves in 30 days. And they were all in Picken County, and I was an investigator, and I had to go we dealt with it. I don't see that anymore, in those kind of stretches.
Kelly.
Thank you. Is 911 still a good number for people to call who are in like an immediate crisis emergency?
Oh, yeah.
911 is, and this is a good plug for that, Kelly. 911 is your best access. We have text to 911 here. So if you're in a position where you can't or don't want to talk, you can text to 911. It's the best source to get Richard, I, or any one of these people.
I just want to ask that because sometimes, you see advertisements call this really long 1-800 number no one's ever going to remember, and so just being able to know that and to say we have an integrated team that's going to provide this care for you in your immediate moment of crisis. Thank you.
And maybe that's something we can advertise, because as I said, it's no different than an ambulance. You're calling for help whether you fell off a roof and broke your arm or your brain really hurts. So maybe we should advertise if you're hurting through depression, whatever, call 911. We'll get you to the right place.
Karen?
Greg, I just wanted to note we had scheduled an hour. We're at an hour. We have about 9 more slides.
Let me ask John, regarding future agendas, how thick are we on future agendas?
We don't have a lot. So we don't have a lot of items, Greg, so if you guys want to take
if it's
some.
okay,
have a whole list.
I think
like
this
to
is
continue.
probably more important.
Yeah, let's continue with this. This is so good to have you all here. Let's keep going.
How many hours a week?
Thanks for noticing that. I was starting to get nervous.
I just feel compelled to say, we are super successful and this is really exciting. And there are other agencies out there that are working to prevent suicide. Aspen Hope, Aspen Strong, A Way Out, the school resource centers. So it is something that we collectively share, not just something that we celebrate, but we're so fortunate here to have the depth of resources that we have.
Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, to illustrate some of that collaboration too, we just, with our funding partners, but also in the community with other partners like Aspen Strong and the Hope Center, we had been tracking as part of our measurables the number of coordinated care meetings that we've had in 3 different categories. One of the categories was between clients and providers. So if there was a meeting that we had that was specific to a client that we were discussing, we were counting that as a meeting. If we had community organization meetings, and this was really where we weren't talking about clients, but we were developing procedure and protocol in standing up this program and making sure that it ran effectively and that we were communicating with our partners really well. And then the last category is between Mine Springs and Mountain Family Health, the number of meetings that we had together to keep our collaborative motion happening. So in the year, in 2018, we had 238 community organization meetings. That means we met 238 times in the year to discuss procedures, protocol, standing up the program, making sure that it was running well.
So you met every day?
Pretty much, yeah. If not multiple times a day. Yeah. Yep. It's funny when we were tracking that data. When you go back and look at our calendars, it's like, wow, that's a lot. And then, sorry, it's like my slide.
That's a lot of pizza.
You guys moved her.
Thank you. So between clients, so really meetings that were specific to clients, we met 105 different times regarding high risk and high acuity clients. And we met with Mountain Family Health Center. The two organizations met 17 times. So what I want to point out, which isn't up there, is that, let's see, Charlotte in the schools. So Charlotte accounted for 68 of the client meetings that happened up there, which is over half of those. And 128 of the community procedure meetings. So if you think about that math, she's meeting a lot. Basically, she's in meetings all the time. So it's a meeting every day, Patty, just like you said. Yeah. And I think what that really does illustrate to me when we looked at that data and how it shook out was just how it illustrates the importance of having more robust care in the schools. And also, it may be a compelling argument to consider how we look at that moving into the future as well. I have a testimonial from one of the principals that I'm going to share with you guys as well. She said, with the addition of Mind Springs therapist Charlotte Margulies, Aspen High School has been able to serve its student population far more effectively than I've ever seen. Whether Charlotte's weighing in at our weekly at-risk meetings, doing a risk assessment for a student in need, being on call for crisis, or meeting with her large Aspen High School caseload, she's proven to be an invaluable asset to the students as well as our staff and teams. Charlotte not only has the skills to quickly and effectively create relationships with students, she's also a wealth of knowledge and expertise in her field. We all benefit from collaborating with her. If it were feasible for Charlotte to focus her time solely on the high school, she would no doubt be even more effective than she already is, which is almost hard to imagine, in helping us with both prevention and intervention with our student body. The students with whom she works have been able to surmount major obstacles and are faring well due to her work with them.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So. And dealing with the population that's not always the easiest population as a whole to deal with.
Right.
We as parents know.
And then we wanted to let Tom Heald talk a little bit about his experience with the collaborative for the last year.
Sure. And I have with me as well Heather Abraham, our Director of Services, Student Services. So if you've got questions relative to the data, then we'll let them chime in. But I wanted to build off what Richard said. He had referenced the idea of going back to 2015 and recognizing that there were some pressures and we needed to begin to address a few things. We've done the same thing at the school districts. You guys were very helpful in helping us develop the Family Connection system. We had projected that there might be 400 or 500 families that would benefit from that. We hit that number within the first 18 months. We recognized as early as 6th grade that 1 out of 4 kids are communicating to us some pretty significant concerns around depression and anxiety. And so, we know that there were pressures we had to address. But going into this process with this team, the schools did not have some preconceived notion of what might happen. We didn't know that Charlotte existed. We didn't realize that Mind Springs could be a player. All we knew was that there are some principles of collective impact that were being executed with really significant fidelity by this group. Number one, getting people to sit together who don't normally ever sit together. Number two, developing some shared values. Starting with the shared values for the school district was critical. It wasn't about trying to identify a position. It was really around identifying what was our shared value about getting support to kids and families in a timely manner. Number three, developing some mutually reinforcing activities. The RFP was a wonderful example of what happens when innovation occurs in a mutually reinforcing activity. Number four was having some feedback loops, thinking about how will this inform our practice? What do we need to know if it's working? And number five was what I would call a backbone effect, and that's where Karen and Nan really held us to task, and kept us going, and also kept us just moving in the direction that we needed to go. Those 5 principles together generated the collective impact, which resulted in having Charlotte in our building and having her counterpart down at BOCC and being able to provide these super hot handoffs and support kids in a really timely manner. So I just felt it was important you understand that there was this aspect of collective impact that came together in a way you rarely see. And congratulations to you all for that.
Good job.
Anything you want to add?
From my point of view, it's been hugely
Sorry,
successful.
come up to a microphone if you would, so we can get it for the public record.
Oh, thank
Great.
you. I don't really have anything prepared, but from my point of view, it's been a hugely successful program. We've not only been able to identify some more clinical needs, boots on the ground, providing individual therapy and family therapy and parent support and education for a number of students. Just counted up in the past year, I've had over 50 referrals for that that I'm managing. Not all at one time. We've been able to discharge a number of kiddos as well. At the same time, I've also been providing some support to teachers and faculty, which has been helpful at sort of that middle level of helping them learn ways to identify these students in need and attend to their needs so we can support more students. And then on even a more macro basis, providing some trainings for the community and for parents in the community and standing up some of these processes around how we respond to crises when they come up, how we get these kids into services, and if it's not me, who else we can connect them to as well. Because that's an important part of it, that I'm just a part of Mind Springs that's there. So we want to connect these kids to also Mind Springs in the clinic and other private therapists, depending on what is going to best meet their needs. Wow. So thank you for the opportunity. It's been a wonderful experience so far.
Thank you. That was succinct. Well done. Yeah.
And now we're going to turn it over to Lori and Michelle from Aspen Valley Hospital.
So to echo what our other partners have spoken to, we certainly value this relationship, our just the networking that this whole process has created has really, I think, again, changed the way that we collaborate on our like clients that across all of our paths. The hospital specifically deals with those in crisis, but we are certainly concerned and value the continuum of care for behavioral health and want to be a part of expanding the services community-wide. This first slide for the hospital is just the quantitative data, the number of patients in crisis that we saw, and you can see that they decreased slightly in 2018. I think that we may see a continued bit of decrease with this co-responder grant and the ability to meet the patient on the scene and determine whether or not that they can be placed on a safety plan and some of those wraparound services in the community and best serve them. But of the patients that we saw, we didn't see a huge change in the number that were placed on the safety plan. I think it is important when we're able to keep these behavioral health patients that we're able to serve in the community, in home, close to their family, and the resources that we're able to provide. So we did see a 3% increase in what we were able to, those that were put on a safety plan. Those transferred to psych facilities were about a 4% decrease in 2018 compared to 2017. We had 5 that were transferred to detox compared to 2, and we're happy that isn't part of this specific RFP, but it is an important part of the resources that we're able to provide in the community, and they are as well providing a great service to this community to be able to have somewhere to send those patients that need detox services. And then to Kelly's question, in the hospital, between 2018 to 2017, we were able to meet the state's mandate of decriminalizing mental health and not sending our behavioral health patients to the jail. But what I really appreciate from this collaborative is that Richard HSO, Andy, is very active in the hospital. If we have a patient that he has been working with in the community that's maybe escalated in the emergency department, that we need help in calming or helping that patient control those behaviors if he becomes violent, Andy's Johnny on the spot and comes into the hospital and will just that connection that he has with the patient, sometimes seeing him will just calm the patient. So we still do collaborate with law enforcement, but we're not sending our patients to the jail. I know if Don Bird were still here, we spent my first years when I was with the ER, we had a lot of meetings about the frustration about the appropriate placement of the patients, and the numbers were much higher in years past before 2017 in the patients that were sent to the jail. So next slide.
Could I ask a quick question on that? I'm just wondering regarding transfers to psych facility. I'm going to assume West Springs is the primary one, or where else would you send them? And were the transfers at all affected by the availability of space in those facilities?
We certainly deal with that. You'll see that in the longest time spent in the hospital, waiting placement, but West Springs actually was not the primary place that our patients were sent to. I have that data not in front of me. I'd say it was maybe 35% of the patients. They can go to multiple places in Denver, and what we do is cast the net to see what is available. Ideally, if they can be placed in West Springs, it's closer for families to visit, and with the doubling of the beds in the new facility, I think we're going to see maybe more go to West Springs. But what we do want to do is get them the treatment and services that they need from wherever it's available, closest if possible, because that helps in the coordination of care when they return back to Mine Springs, when they come back to the community. But we do reach out to find placement in whatever bed is available if West Springs isn't available.
Got it. Thank you. Steve?
Likewise, when we have the facilities in the jail to help the people who have mental health problems, would you be more inclined to send someone to the jail because they have facilities there, or
we would not?
That they're in jail for another reason. They might need the mental health services. Then they would be the ones using the facility in the jail.
I'm waiting for the answer.
Yeah, I was going to say that we want to decriminalize behavioral health, so if they do not have a felony or some violent criminal behavior and they're able to be placed in a psychiatric facility, that would be what we would want for them.
So you're not going to send to the jail because the jail has a close facility they could go to?
Absolutely not, and in fact the law prohibits us from doing that.
They don't need to be in the jail.
Well, and the other piece is that
I'm really glad to hear that. That's how you would approach that.
The other piece is, oh, sorry.
Question, and I'm sorry, this is brainstorming, but what would it take to fill that need for us to have a section in the jail that's not criminal related, just to have a, if you will, a psychiatric wing, for lack of a better word? People without criminal charges that need to be protected. Does that mean we'd have to have a doctor on staff, and it would raise us to a level that we can't get to?
I think you would have to meet the criteria to be a 2765 psych facility in the state and have all of the treatment and resources available.
I assume that's a very high standard, one we probably...
That is one of the reasons that we don't provide that as a hospital, that we, although, we had saw 56 patients that we transferred, it's not something that you can invest in to provide those services on a daily basis. There isn't that need.
Oh, I just wanted to speak to the fact that when we have patients that come into our hospital, if they have some sort of legal issue going on, we have to protect their confidentiality through HIPAA. So, for example, today I have a case of someone who had a suicide attempt, and there are some legal charges pending, and she was scared that we were going to send her back to the jail. and she got placement at West Springs, actually within an hour of the call and the referral. So I am seeing a shift in response time from West Springs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So this is our qualitative data. We also, like Joey spoke to, are anxious for our crisis team to come in because we're not specialists in the area of behavioral health and the placement for these patients in need. So we, prior to this RFP, had an average response time of 63.5 minutes, a little bit over an hour, and we're able to reduce that by 48% to 32.8. Our goal, like the overall crisis, was under 40 minutes, and you can see that we exceeded that goal in terms of crisis response time, and our physicians and staff were very appreciative of that. In terms of the average time at Aspen Valley Hospital in hours, we were also had a significant impact in terms of setting expectations to seek out the placement quickly, not just look first. For Mind Springs tends to look specifically at West Springs first to see if a bed was available. We seek out the beds, and we were able to reduce that time in the hospital by 36%. And of that time in the hospital, about an average of 4 hours is spent waiting on transport from a transport agency that we now contract with to transport the patients to whatever facility we're able to get placement in. Prior to the law changing and the relationship with the jail, they used to provide, the sheriff's office used to provide transport for our patients to facilities, but we now contract with agencies to do that. Our longest time in AVH in days decreased from 3 days to 1 day, and I'm telling you that's huge. When we have a behavioral health patient, it's basically one-on-one nursing staff plus sometimes a security officer having to monitor that patient to prevent any risk for suicide in the hospital, because that happens across the country. So we actually have a safe room now in our new ER that we built in the last couple of years that is, the ligature risk is greatly reduced in that room. And finally, the recidivism, we reduced the number of patients that were seen more than once in the year in the ER significantly. We had 14 patients that were repeat visitors in 2017 and 8 in 2018, and we think that speaks to the wraparound services and increased resources, the 7 increased resources that were placed in the community. We, I think, have a stronger relationship with Mountain Family Health through this, and we're very appreciative of the additional case management and behavioral health specialists that are placed in the schools and in the community through this RFP. It is having, I think, an impact on our ability to provide resources and keep them functioning more in the community here at home. So from our perspective at the hospital, we have been very pleased with these results. In fact, I would say that they exceeded our expectations in year 1. When you consider we were able to accomplish this with the money not being started until January, we weren't up to full staffing with all of the additional resources, I'd say, for at least the first quarter, if not longer, to have all of the resources. And these numbers are, again, not including the co-responder being fully in place. But despite the fact that we don't have the co-responder grant fully starting until March, we did see multiple times, say probably at least 20% of the time, that a patient arrived with the crisis counselor. So we did have a 0 response time for the crisis person to be there with the client, and it's just an amazing impact. So very, very appreciative, and just looking forward to even greater results in the coming year. And I think Michelle's going to share a patient story with you.
I'm just going to read from here so I don't miss any parts. Okay. About 2 months ago, I received an email from a distressed client who is known to our hospital, our emergency department, also known to law enforcement, Mountain Family Health, and the homeless shelter. He was experiencing suicidal ideations but refused to tell me his address when I called him after reading the email he sent to me. He had my card because I had met him a few times in the ED and helped him with resources around applying for Medicaid and more case management stuff. And at that time, he was not expressing suicidal ideations. So he refused to give me his address. All we had to use to track him down was his cell phone number, and I knew that he had secured an apartment in Snowmass. My first call was to Andy Atkinson with the Aspen Police Department. As you know, Andy works closely with high utilizers and clients who have mental health needs. Andy immediately contacted Snowmass Police, and an officer found this client in Snowmass and explained that we were concerned for his welfare. They tracked him down with his cell phone number. Probably within 30 minutes of my call to Andy, this client was found. The client willingly came to the AVH emergency department with the officer and was assessed by a Mind Springs health crisis clinician after she and I debriefed the case. The client was placed on an M1 hold and was transported to an inpatient psychiatric hospital. He recently stopped by the hospital to thank all the professionals who helped him. The coordination of care and the timely response to help this client was very satisfying to witness. I'm not so sure he would have survived had we not all collaborated and responded in a timely fashion. Since the inception of the RFP, we have seen a decrease in response time from crisis clinicians, decrease in time frames for placement, decrease in length of time in the ED, and decrease in recidivism. Overall, it has been an exceptional year with regard to collaboration and efforts for our behavioral health population. And on the front lines, it's really very, very satisfying and really a pleasure to work with everybody. Really smart people and people who are just have their intentions in the right place.
Wow, thank you. That's powerful, powerful stuff.
I'd like to add one thing that I don't think we tracked, but I think we did significantly increase the education that occurred around mental health with our mental health providers, from law enforcement as well as all of our emergency staff and ICU nurses and health supervisors that are those that interact with the behavioral health clients the most. All received crisis prevention intervention training provided by Mind Springs in collaboration with Andy Atkinson in law enforcement, as well as Vince Savage from the homeless shelter. So again, we're just seeing better knowledge and how to assess and early identify and how to de-escalate crisis situations. And very thankful for the education and training that's occurred, and I think we'll continue to see more of that. I know the schools have done a lot of training with their teachers and providers as well.
Great, thank you.
So this is the information that George was alluding to. So this was the 2018 Pickens County Community Survey that said that 50% of respondents really wanted to see mental health as the top issue to be addressed in the next 2 years, and that was under this public safety kind of category. And I think back to your question, George. So this RFP process really, as everyone said, got off the ground around April, so we haven't even had a full year of it. The survey was done, I think, in October. So when we think about the lag, of when the community might start to hear about this and have a better sense of what the county is trying to do, I think there's just that piece that there's a time lag that's going on there. And hopefully when this survey's done in 2 years from now, we'll see that that number has gone down and that the community really does feel like as a county we're taking this very seriously.
And we're doing a lot of work, not just with the RFP, and just want you all know a lot of this, but Mind Springs was successful getting $41,000 from the ski company for mental health first aid. Collectively, all the partners here participate in creating the detox, and we spend $538,000 together to ensure that service is available. The Be Well initiative is a mental health destigmatization program as well. They're trying to recruit more providers who are willing to accept Medicaid, and we've been successful bringing in over $100,000 for that initiative that supports Aspen Strong and West Mountain Regional Health Alliance efforts. We're just beginning to figure out that we left judicial out by accident, and we shouldn't have. And there's a lot of opportunity for us to look at pretrial, drug court, mental health court, and really trying to pull them in and combine and coordinate services better with them. Adult and Family Services has received over $20,000 in the last 2 years to bring in a consultant via televideo conference to bring all of our partners together with who are serving families and at-risk youth to really do what we call trauma-informed case consultation. And that's making a big difference in how we're working together to support families at risk. And lastly, well, we don't have co-responder up there, which was a mistake.
It's packed.
It is.
It's the
packed.
logo. Yeah.
It's the logo. See? All right. So the first expansion of Healthy Community Fund funding, because the Healthy Community Fund passed, we've actually expanded our mental health funding $174,000, giving Hope Center $65,000. We've brought A Way Out and Aspen Strong back into the Healthy Community Fund. So in terms of Mental Health 2.0, we're really moving forward in finding the niches and ensuring that the gaps are filled. And then lastly, co-responder, the logo, which is a beautiful logo. The success that we've had because of our collaboration in working really fast to bring in almost $1.5 million over 5 years for a co-responder program is really incredible. So we have the opportunity to bring in more money. There's more opioid money coming down through the state. We're working through the detox to try to get more funding, and as well to be able to spend money on the continuum of care that we want to enhance.
We're so close.
And I'm just
So again, we're here to really tee this up for the 2019 IGA. We would like to, we'll be bringing this back to you again, but to continue this partnership at the same funding amount with the same services. We want to see how we can move the mark on the metrics that we have, and then we've actually developed some more outcome-based metrics for 2019. A lot of the metrics that you saw were output metrics and really looking at some things that we needed to rapidly shift and change really quickly. And now we want to see how is it really impacting the people of our community and for the better. And so we're going to be looking at more outcome measures next year as well. And then one third caveat is that because the program started, it took a while to staff up. So we have some cost savings from the contract with Mind Springs and Mountain Family. And we had a steering committee meeting and collectively came together and came to a conclusion about using those funds. And so we wanted to just share this with you and get some of your thoughts around this. So SKICO was able to fund Mind Springs Health for a Train the Trainer, mental health first aid Train the Trainer program. They were only able to fund half of that grant. And so we wanted to go ahead and use some of these surplus funds, or unspent funds, I should say, to match that and to enable Mind Springs Health to do a Train the Trainer around mental health first aid for our community. And a part of that would be to coordinate mental health first aid throughout the community, which seems to be a piece that's been lacking. We have a lot of classes that are going on, and Greg's been a super champion out in the community around this program, but there hasn't been someone that has the time to really pull it all together, so that would be a component of this. And then we also wanted to look at some strategic planning. So we've worked together. We did the strategic planning with Heather Harcourt. That was really around the funders in this room and some stakeholders. We'd like to expand that strategic planning out to the community and give people with lived experience, community members that might have a stake in mental health and really broaden it out and get some visioning and strategic planning going for next year to really get a bigger vision around this.
So I have a question real quick since we have other meetings here, but the train the trainer, we already have one planned, and so we're already funding that, and so we are already agreeing to, because there's already one scheduled.
That is actually a trainer bringing the mental health first aid, and so
right, that's what I'm saying. We have one scheduled already. I got a flyer on my desk.
Mental health first aid training.
For mental health first
Yeah.
aid, so what the difference is, Patty, is this actually
Trains the trainer to train
increases the number of
Yes.
trainers so that we can, get it spread even further
So we
and
haven't
deeper in the community.
pre-funded the event that's coming up. This is a different funding request.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, I think we're getting backed up here, Greg, and I think this is another conversation we can have.
Yeah, the next time it comes around. I just wanted to clarify that because we're already into our.
So these are
next hour
dollars that
meeting.
are already appropriated. This is really kind of the collective, I think, wisdom of the partners would be to allocate the savings for some additional services. And so we're really just looking for a thumbs up from you guys to do that. We don't need a supplemental appropriation or anything along
Just
those
a head
lines.
nod at this point. Got mine.
Well, because you were the one pushing it, so I guess we don't have any choice in the matter because this is a new one for us, the rest of us. So, oops, sorry, my husband's in the hospital, so.
Thank you all for coming. I just wanted to say how heartening and I'm actually stunned how this group has come together in such a short time, really, in the short time you have, and made something so remarkable happen. It's increased response time, the education level, the resilience of the community in general. This is a success story in the making already, and it's because it's only a year or so, it's too early to declare victory, but you're on the track for a success track, and all I can say is thank you to everyone involved. This is so great to hear about it, and it's great to have a success story to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Looking forward to hearing more. Okay, we're going to keep moving here. Does anybody need?
Well, we have future agendas, then we have a 15-minute break, and then we're going to
Okay,
be
right.
a half an hour behind on our next
We're
meeting.
going to crank through the future agendas very quickly.
Okay. Let's be real brief on future agendas. You guys had asked about the music festival that had been announced in the paper and whether we had received a permit.
You mean the concerts at Buttermilk?
This is the concerts at Buttermilk. We have received a permit. Suzanne Wolf will address the commissioners on March 12th, an open discussion to talk to you about that permit.
I
and
can
get
hardly
some
hear you
guidance.
through the,
Okay, guys, we need to continue here. Thank you all for coming.
taking a break. I'm taking a 15-minute break when we're done, so.
George is taking a break. We'll keep going.
That's all I had.
Okay,
So
that's really all you got.
when is she
Okay.
going to bring it forward? Because, they're already advertising it full bore.
March 12th, we'll have it in front of you. We're still collecting information.
Because the ads are going out constantly all over the state.
Ride the Rockies? Is that-
No. This is the concerts at the
No,
base
I
of
know.
Buttermilk.
I'm saying next.
next
How
one?
about Ride the Rockies?
Yeah, so I think the Ride the Rockies event hit a roadblock also with the city, but
That was a different
that
event.
one is coming back. I don't have one that's scheduled
Okay.
either.
The bike event with the city was a women's pro bike
Oh,
race.
okay. Anyway, we will be bringing both of those back.
Okay, so we've lost George. Do we want to take a 5-minute
No,
break?
I have questions for future agendas. We're on
Okay.
future agendas.
Let's do future.
On the 12th, there's a work session about amendments to the APSHA guidelines. Do we know what those are?
Yeah, so we did receive notice of guideline changes that came up from APSHA. This is on the hearing officer as well as fine schedule. I did receive a note from the interim city manager today that the city council has decided to call those up. You guys may or may not want to do the same, but we reserved space or time should you want to call those up.
On the 12th.
Mhm.
Did you remember I told you about that other guideline change that I'd heard about the minimum earnings for rental housing? Remember I told you that they had decreased the amount?
Yeah,
that-
so we need to
How can I
look at
find-
that
Yeah.
because
You
to
told me
my
you didn't think it'd been
knowledge,
called
that
up.
had not, that and Phyllis was here, but that had not gone through the call-up process. So they did have a proposal to change the affordability guidelines based on a percentage of average median income in the valley. And that had not come forward in the call-up process, so that should not be effective at this point.
Because we need to find out for sure, should I check with Phyllis, because they have notified people at Centennial that they have to make less money now, significant, from $135,000 to $112,000, or they have to move out. They're going retroactive to people who are already in rental housing. And somebody sent me copies of the flyers and the postings that they've been hanging at Centennial.
Okay.
I'll check with Phyllis. I just wanted to make sure, I didn't know if it was part of this.
No,
it sounds like it's something
this is just the one that they've sent for call-up.
I just need to verify that.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on future agendas to discuss?
And Patty, you can watch the city council meeting last night. They discussed
this
the
point?
fines. And
The fines.
The fines and other ones. Yeah, that'll be, so this is something that's really impacting people right now at Centennial. People are a little frightened that they're gonna be thrown out because they're making too much money.
It's not, we don't go this far forward yet, but on April 2nd, I'm going to have family here from Thailand and Alaska and request to be gone. And then I noticed that Greg is gone the 26th and 27th, the week before, but will you be back by April 2nd was my question.
I'm hoping to be back that day, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll still have a quorum, so,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
just wanted to check with Greg, though.
I'll confirm that, thanks.
Yeah, but we'd still have three of us here, so we could still have meetings, and George can chair.
Somebody else, something else?
No, so are we gonna take our 15-minute?
We'll take our break. I'd like to do at least 10. How's that? Try and get back on track?
I'll be back if I can be.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Bill, how's it going?
Grassroots, we're off for
Good. How are you
10
doing?
minutes. Okay, we're back. Tuesday, February 12th, work session. Board of County Commissioners, what we have up next, staff community presentations, and Phillips site planning and HIA update with Phyllis.
Hi there, I'm on this side. Hi, Phyllis Batice, Assistant County Manager. And I'll let the team introduce themselves, but this has been an ongoing study at the Phillips Mobile Home Park to come up with options for site designs, what's possible, what's needed, and DHM has been the lead in this. And I'll let Laura introduce her team and just bow out and let her take over.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us with you again. It's nice to meet you, Kelly. So here, Jay Hammond, the civil engineer with SGM. I'm Laura Kirk with DHM Design, and we are landscape architects and site planners. Bob Schultz with Robert Schultz Consulting, and Bob has been leading our outreach process. And Lisa Headington, who is our health impact assessment specialist. So we have a PowerPoint here that we're going to go through with you. At each of your places, we've put a blow-up of the 3 options that we're going through, as well as the existing conditions plan, so that you have those at a larger scale to look at. Today we're going to just do a brief review of some of the items that we've brought to you previously, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. We're going to introduce the 3 scenarios that are just a beginning place for conversation, share some of our health impact assessment findings, and then open it up for discussion of findings and talk about additional information that you might need from all of us. So just a review of where we're at. We started in September, and we've been working for the last 5 or 6 months. We've finished the screening and scoping, which is the background information, collecting technical data, and gathering health impact information and meeting with the residents, et cetera. We're now in the assessment phase, and that's where we're presenting these options to you. Next month, we'll wrap this first phase up with a final document with recommendations for moving forward and things that will need to be done as we move into phase 2, which would start to look at land use planning for the site. A reminder that the project was built with affordable housing funds. The project site is divided into 2 neighborhoods. One we call the Riverview. That part of the neighborhood is between Highway 82 and the Roaring Fork River. There are a couple of cabins on that side, and as well as a couple of pre-HUD units and 2 manufactured homes. What we discussed with you when we were here in November were some of the findings and issues with the housing on that side of the river. There's several items are in the floodplain, and those are things that need to be considered going forward, including the wastewater system, the water system, and some of the units. There's not enough water on the site for fire flows, and some of the homes on that side of the property are not located on county property. And one of the things going forward will be just the low number of units as you start to look at sharing costs to remedy and update some of those infrastructure items. The other neighborhood is called Hillside. That sits between Lower River Road and the hillside there. There are about 30 units there, including a ranch house and some outbuildings, and then a variety of mobile homes, manufactured homes, RVs, et cetera. Many of the same issues exist for the hillside neighborhood as the riverside neighborhood. Obviously not the floodplain issue. We have the same issues of lack of fire flows. Many of the units are very close to each other, and that creates concerns related to fire protection. Some of the units are off the property. The wastewater system is off the property as well, and that system is working at capacity past its expected useful life. We have some other things that would need to be looked at in further detail going forward, including debris flow risk assessment And there are easements with both Holy Cross and RAFTA that may come into play in the future with site planning options. One final finding that we discussed with you in November was there are some areas of the site on the hillside region, neighborhood, that are documented as severe winter range, and so as if development was looked at in those areas, there would need to be proactive communication with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department.
Could you identify where the severe winter range is that marked on that map? Is that what that?
Yes, that's what that kind of turquoise area is.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have a pointer here. Just to the top of that page, you see kind of the road there. That's where the existing units are. So this would be if you were developing further up valley in the agricultural fields. And we'll, Bob can show you that when we get into the site plan specifically. We've done quite a bit of outreach led by Bob here, so that there have been a variety of open houses, individual and group meetings with at least over 50% of the residences. Some of those have been one-on-one interviews. We've met with you in November as well as earlier in August. And then Bob met in a series of 3 meetings with the residents over the weekend to give them a preview of the presentation today.
Do you mind just, I don't know, maybe you have a list of who are the other interested and knowledgeable parties, just wondering where else were you reaching out? Any other, the neighborhood or the general?
It'd be an example like Rock, resident-owned communities that we had talked about at one point, a possible co-op model, talking to them, APSHA. So it's more those kind of parties. Bill's here. I'm going to go see them at the end of the month, Woody Creek Caucus. And so it's more that type of, rather than individuals who live in the neighborhood.
Got it. Great.
So no community meetings yet outside of the work sessions here or dealing with the residents specifically.
Okay, thanks. That's slated, yeah.
That's slated, yeah.
So as the board looks at your future decisions on this property, it's going to be balancing the set of values I think are reflected in our strategic plan, and it'll raise a set of questions that are going to be competing in terms of the values, kind of those right versus right decisions that we talk about sometimes. And so we wanted to kind of lay those out for you. And the first, if you look at it from the perspective of flourishing natural and built environment, how our land use policies and practices around development outside of urban growth boundaries are going to influence or not influence our decisions moving forward with the Phillips property. That will play into what level of preserving and or creating new affordable housing should occur on the property. And then the third kind of competing value is how will the infrastructure needs of the site impact the overall subsidy of the site? What level of subsidy is going to be appropriate? And what's going to be equitable with what you've done with other developments. And you'll see that all 3 of these are going to tie together, and sometimes in a cooperative way. Sometimes you're going to need to balance out these different values. So, for example, as you'll see later in the presentation, subsidy goes up. Typically, the less you develop the site, but that may or may not be, that may be more consistent with our current land use policies, but may not be consistent with what the board had envisioned when you purchased this site. So there's going to be a lot of balancing going on between these 3 perspectives, and so we'll want you and the public to keep that in mind as we move forward. And really, those 3 buckets are the frame up for every decision that you should be making on this site.
So this diagram is intended as a way to start to represent conceptually the relationship between health and site planning at Phillips in a way that's hopefully a little more intuitive than maybe some of the more kinds of technical diagrams that HIA typically produces, like the pathway diagrams that we showed you before. So you can see this as a set of unlocking keys and locks, or you can think about it, if you don't mind mixing your metaphors, as peeling an onion. It's not intended to indicate hierarchical levels of importance of these items, but as you make decisions and contend with some of the issues that have been brought forward through this process, then you can begin to unlock or reveal opportunities to create a health supportive environment at Phillips. And of course, the way you make those choices will shape that environment one way or another. So at the top are the items that we've identified through the scoping and assessment processes through HIA and site planning and engineering kind of working together. As needing attention, and at the bottom this text begins to start to talk about some of the direct and indirect as well as short and long-term impacts of health, of course in a very cursory manner in this diagram. There are other ways to go into more depth in other diagrams or other forums later if you like. So next slide. So this is our existing conditions drawing on the left side of the screen, which you have seen before. What's new is the health impact guide on the right side of the screen. And this is intended to show how HI is being used to assess each one of the options that you'll be presented with today, the site plan options. So the social and environmental determinants of health that were identified as the most important to this project are presented in three categories: housing stability, health determinants, safety of housing site and infrastructure health determinants, and the community qualities health determinants. And inside the box below those labels, that text begins in a very summary way again to describe why each of these matter to health or how they may impact health. Each site plan option was assessed for its potential impact on health, on these health determinants. And the key at the top there gives you a sense of what that's going to look like when you get to the options shown on the boxes that you're going to see in a minute. So green indicates an outcome that is likely to support health. Yellow, an outcome where there are perhaps both opportunities and constraints, or the outcome is currently not predictable. And red, where we may predict a negative impact, negative outcome. And the most important caveat here there is kind of in small text below the title that up there, but the colors are not intended to indicate relative values of magnitude, duration, or severity of health impacts. Since health impacts are not equivalent, since the determinants are not equivalent in value, the number of red, yellow, and green boxes cannot be summed up to indicate that one option is more helpful or health-producing, health-supportive than another. So this slide shows them nevertheless sort of in a comparison sort of a way. Each site plan, again, has one of these boxes on it. And we can come back to this if you want later. But the idea here is to show how the colors work, and especially the red boxes are intended to flag for you what your biggest policy decisions are for each option, allowing you to weigh them against each other and to determine where your priorities lie or which values you want to push forward for this particular project. So that it allows you to compare things like affordability, number of units, urban growth boundary, environmental impacts, those sorts of things. So as we move forward through the presentation, you'll see these again on each slide.
So from the beginning, we had offered to bring you back 3 different ways forward and to give you a chance to digest them and then provide some direction as to what would ultimately go into land use planning. Any one of these 3 we would need to remind ourselves that it's not going to look like that tomorrow. This is more like long-range planning. Where does this property want to go? And then there's a transition that would be required in order to get there, and that transition would address things like relocation of potential units and conformance with APCHA guidelines and how and when that takes place. So the first step is just trying to get our arms around what the commissioner's direction is in terms of a long-term future for the site. So option number one, we wrote little stories that went along with these that some of you may have seen, and they're intended to bring forward the values issues that John brought up. And so the first one, kind of the story in a nutshell around this one is, we probably wouldn't go out looking to create affordable housing in this location, and we have a lot of policies that support growth in the urban growth boundaries, and so what we really ought to do in this scenario is do what we can within the existing disturbed area at the hillside and not try and solve all of the problems that have been identified with the Riverview, and move as many homes over there as possible. And we end up with about 31 units, and we contain everything within that hillside existing area. We put a new wastewater system in to deal with the wastewater problems, one that can release water into the Roaring Fork River, so it has a higher level of treatment than a leach field. And then we have the additional land available as parcels that perhaps open space, perhaps healthy rivers, perhaps somebody would want to make available for agriculture or public use or just riparian preservation. So that's kind of the story. We call it reset because it's just a chance to reset the property from its current and historic use into something different. And the second one, so this piece, this is the hillside area, and this is where the 31 units would be accommodated. There are some existing units in an area that we have concerns about debris flow. If you look at that drawing, you'll see a natural draw in that space between the sets of lots there. Our understanding is that there was an event back maybe 40-some years ago, and the Phillips did some contouring up there to try and direct debris flow. But we really have some concerns about homes at the bottom of that debris flow, and there's been some talk about potentially the county funding a debris flow study to try and get a greater sense of the extent of that flow. For now, we've just tried to move the units that have been identified to date as the biggest concern, and then the remaining lots, we would work to get 10 feet of physical separation between all of the units to meet the fire protection, and add a new water tank and a new water system to allow some fire protection in case there's a fire up there. George?
So with the reset option, the first option, we're actually going from about 40 residents down to 31.
Right.
Okay, so we're losing 9 residents with the reset.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
And clarify, those are the ones on the highway side of the river? We're
The-
losing all of those? I don't see those on
Yes.
the map.
In this
Yes.
one, we're losing those. And we can
Yes.
talk, it has to do with infrastructure, getting infrastructure improvements to those. And
Right.
so we're going to present you sort of a menu of options.
Well, I've read all the packet. I just wanted to make sure that that was
Yes.
clear on that
Yes.
because
On this one.
I didn't think that, okay.
There would be no remaining units in Riverview in either the first or second options. So this is number
Go ahead, Greg.
A quick question,
Yeah.
just also, it looks as if you had some encroachments on both sides outside the property line, and even though the things that are on the hillside look like they're being moved, so they're well within.
They'd either be moved or we would work out something with RAFTA to acquire property so that they would be completely on the property.
Okay, so that's an easement or.
Right. And let me just ask, we're taking into consideration the fact that most of those mobile homes are not mobile.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We don't know. One of the work plan items for the future would be, at one point we had talked to staff about doing that assessment now, and the consensus was that it would be better to get direction from the commissioners about where you want to go before we do individual assessments to find out the viability. Some of these, it may just be a wiggle. Some can stay where they are, but to get the 10-foot separation, there's some situations in which you might need a wiggle, others where there's a addition that was put on that might need to be removed, and others that are fine where they are.
The other point I'd make is this conversation right now is kind of around what is our destination. The transition is a whole nother process to plan out. Yeah.
Needless to say, I'm a little uncomfortable.
So option number 2, the kind of the headline for the story on this one is no net loss. So the county purchased this in part because there were 40 units that were in peril. Let's end up at the end of the day with at least keeping the housing balance as it is, as opposed to losing some units. And the first area, the hillside area that exists today, is the same in all 3 of the options that you'll be presented. So it's only other things that will change in this one and the next option. So we come down into the field that's just up valley. So there's mobile homes, and then there's some RV storage and things. And then just up valley of that, there's a field. It's a little bit sunnier site, and that's probably why it was a hayfield. So there's the opportunity to grab the 9 units that we lost and put them in and put a new road in to serve them. And those lots can be a little bit bigger and allow for double wides, so that if over time this wants to be able to accommodate some larger units than the single wide units that are in Phillips today, that there's that opportunity to have a little bit more diverse housing mix. One of the drivers in this one was one of the top public health issues in Pickens County is housing insecurity. So let's not add to that and at least stay at where we're at. So the area that you see towards the river, there's kind of a white amoeba looking shape. That's where in every scenario there would be a new wastewater system there, and the size of that amoeba will vary depending upon the number of units that it's trying to accommodate.
And Greg, just that where the number 2 is for open space, that area that's kind of bordered there by the trails, that's generally the area that was the aqua color in the habitat.
Thank you.
Area.
So once again, these are the larger lots that would allow a double wide. These lots would actually meet the definition, the standards of mobile home park zoning in the county code. So the idea here was, if we're going to do something new, let's make it something that would be compatible with the code, recognizing that the existing units aren't gonna be that. But if we're doing something new, let's try and do that. It still allows some agricultural opportunities and riparian work, but we're into the agricultural field here.
Approximately how large is that in acreage, that 45,000?
It's about an acre.
About an acre.
It's about an acre. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have a quick question too. You noted on here the possible purchase of the agricultural by open space and trails. There's no mention of any purchase of the riparian or the water frontage, river frontage by Healthy Rivers and Streams.
Yeah, that's absolutely an option.
Okay, so it just wasn't included with that.
Right. So if this ended up, maybe this one ends up with 4 parcels. If we didn't, I mean, any of these can work with a co-op model or a creating individual or having a rental. But in terms of if we were thinking of planning zones, in this one there might be 4 planning zones. So you have the hillside, you have the new units, you have the riparian zone, and you have the agricultural and hillside.
Oh, yeah, down here it does say Healthy Rivers and Streams, but it doesn't say helping to purchase it. We like that part.
Yeah.
Put it in there.
Yeah. So then the third option is we called Village. And the idea behind this one is, well, maybe if we were starting with a blank slate, we wouldn't go out and look for this location. But as a matter of fact, the county is creating jobs much faster, not the county as an entity, but the employers in Pickens County are creating jobs much faster than we've created housing, and we're exporting our housing issues throughout the region, and we really need to look at this property and say we made a big investment in it, and let's do what we can. We're not going to solve the housing problem with this property, but we can do what we can do when opportunities present themselves, and to look at a variety of different housing styles on the site that might provide a diversity of types of income levels and households that wanted to live here. So in that variety, instead of having 9 units in the agricultural field, we increased that to 20. They're the same size lots, and so we're just going farther down the agricultural field in order to increase that unit count. So that's area 4. And then up above the hillside in area 4, we looked at doing some probably stick-built type units that would be fourplexes. So you have a fourplex, and then you have a P, that's a parking area, fourplex P, and that provides another type of housing in the site. The ones towards the top of your screen are probably going to require the biggest subsidy because we're going into the slope there pretty good. And then also in these, there's the opportunity to clean up some of those roads up there. We do need to keep access for Holy Cross, and as a part of whatever we do, we would probably want to look at relocating their easement and maintaining that road, but maybe getting rid of some of the other roads in the area. But this creates another housing type product that might be a little more family oriented. Once again, we are doing the 20 units down in the lower ag portion.
That's about 5 acres, probably 4 or 5 acres. Those.
That's
4.
about
that's
2
probably
and a
about
quarter.
2 and a
For 4 and 5.
Oh, 4 and 5?
Yeah.
Oh, 4 and 5.
Looks like it's kind of one clustered area, but.
Yeah, I'd say that's about 4 acres. Yeah. We're using our 43,560s and rounding differently, so we have slightly different responses. And then, do we have the
Yeah, the tiny home lots on there.
Keep going.
So then, at one of our meetings, we had talked a little bit about tiny homes, and so we found a clever little spot for some 2,000 square foot. These are small lots. So for somebody who currently has an RV at Phillips, they might be able to have that RV down in here. Tiny homes are basically RVs. And then the kind of things that the skiing company has done down at the BOCC facility could be accommodated here. There's an existing driveway that goes past this site. So it seemed like a kind of an interesting opportunity for yet another housing type, and this one might be more of singles or, very small units. And then this one gives us the opportunity to maintain units over on the Riverview side. We would want to get the mobile homes out of floodplain. That could be either relocating that a bit, or they could be raised up. That would be determined in the future. In order to provide water and wastewater, there's the funky swinging bridge that some of you have seen. That would get a new bridge, and we would run water and wastewater along the structure of that bridge from the other side of the river over there to provide water and wastewater to this. It would require buying land from the state for the units that are not on the property that the county purchased, and so that would be another piece of the puzzle. One of the things that people told us in terms of thinking, well, could you actually have a village out there? Talking to people that live here, one of the things that people like about it is the ability to have convenient access to Aspen, Snowmass, or Basalt for jobs, and to the Mid-Valley for shopping and services. So from the perspective of people that live there, there's actually seen as some strategic benefit to being in that particular location. The other thing is, if we got the population count up, it may make sense, that would be up to RAFTA, but to provide a better shuttle service. Right now it cuts off during the off season, and so it makes it hard for people to make the commitment to year-round transit that at least some people say they would be willing to do, and possibly even the school bus, which currently they go to Old Snowmass to get picked up.
Jay with SGM and his firm did an overview. This is kind of a 30,000 foot in the air cost estimating, looking at water supply, wastewater, dry utilities, some of the road improvements, and a pedestrian bridge. And really, I think when we look at these, we want to think about these as magnitude of cost as we start to evaluate different options. That there are a whole lot of other costs that are going to come into play in terms of the final development of this property. So we need to think about this. This doesn't have the land costs in it. It doesn't have land use planning costs going forward, and grading and vertical construction. And so there are going to be a number of other cost-related items. But this starts to give you a sense with option 1 or 2 that when you start to look at those kind of first base level utility and infrastructure costs, that the cost per unit is around 74 to 76,000. When we go to option 3 and you have 120 units out there, that includes the 9 units on the Riverview side, the subsidy, the cost per unit goes down to 55,000. And then 3A looks at what the cost per unit would be if you're not building a new bridge and getting the infrastructure from the hillside area over to the riverside. And then the cost per unit goes down to 48,000. So this is just a place to start to understand some of those cost implications.
Excuse me, 3A is that eliminating the riverside?
That would be
eliminating the
that would be
units,
eliminating
okay.
riverside.
Just want to clarify that. Thanks.
So I think that's the end of our presentation, and we're open to questions and discussion.
George?
We have a demographics, so we know exactly who's living there, if they're retired, if they're working, families. I'd like to sort of have a better understanding of actually what the current residents look like.
So there's about 60 residents. There's maybe 5 or 6 children. Sounds like Matt just had one. Is Matt still here? Yeah. And Casey's wife's pregnant, so I don't know how to count them, but there are definitely retirees. There's maybe 8 or 10 of the residents are retirees, and it's a pretty good cross section of the kind of people that you meet in Pickens County, with the exception of there's not a lot of Spanish-speaking population there. It's basically Anglo community. A lot of people who've lived there a very long time. I've met at least a dozen people who have been there 15 or more years, and kind of there within the park, there are little sections of my community, my neighborhood, and so like when we met over the weekend at Deb's place, we had people from that portion of Hillside, and then I met with Riverview on Sunday morning, and we met. The Riverview has kind of their own enclave that of relationships that are primarily with other Riverview owners, and then as you go up valley, that area, I haven't had as much luck of nailing everybody down. There's probably 4 people who live in the neighborhood that I haven't talked to yet out of the 40 units.
All right, thanks.
And I would just add, many people have worked with or for the county in the hospital or the post office or, I don't know, isn't fire control or something. I mean, so, many.
Xfinity, I mean, just kind of normal folks, that.
Okay, I was just curious about that, the makeup. I'll just make some general comments just to get some of my thoughts out. I'd like to see, to begin with, no net loss. But having said that, there may be a reality that some people may just have to relocate just because of cost. We noticed that at the Woody Creek Mobile Home Park when we had to look at new assessments for all the costs for the infrastructure. So there is a reality there, but I would start with a no net loss as sort of a goal. I would, having said that, I think we need to, for me, we would need to relocate all of the residents down on the Riverview side. I think between septic issues, water issues, ownership of land issues, flood issues, I think there's just too many variables for health, safety, and welfare for those residents. So I would see them moving over to the other side. I'm not very excited about doubling the size of this property in terms of residents. I don't think that speaks to what we hold dear to us in terms of trying to maintain the rural character of Pickens County, and I'm sure you'll hear that when you discuss this with the Woody Creek Caucus as well, and looking at their master plan. So there is a little hybrid. I would see perhaps utilizing some of that ag land. I think we've got plenty of other options with our open space program for ag lands that I would rather use some of this for perhaps a 10% increase of residents above the current, knowing that we want to still protect the critical winter wildlife habitat range. I don't see how who would pay for additional new stick buildings. I'm not sure where those monies would come from. We're not a developer in terms of building. I don't see a developer coming in and just building affordable housing without having some free market associated with it. I don't think we want to see that. I don't see tiny homes per se, like the ski company. That's a seasonal housing need that the ski company is utilizing. I don't see this area being available for seasonal housing. I think it should be permanent residence like it is now. I think that as we look at space allocated for the different residents, we need to ensure that, again, we're addressing the health, safety, and welfare. I think we need to maintain our codes, our building codes. an RV, I'm not sure is going to be acceptable in terms of trying to meet those building codes and safety codes. So those are sort of my initial thoughts.
So that's, you're I don't know, looking at the maps, that's closer to option 2, if, you know, to paint with a broad brush, is that kind of what you're?
I don't know.
Off the riverside, maybe a little expansion into the, just to summarize what you said, expansion into the ag zone a little bit.
Right, maybe, yeah, so you've got 10, it looks like you've got 10 residencies on the river view, so they have to be relocated up top, probably going into the ag space, as well as trying to separate some of the existing areas on the hillside. And there may be an opportunity then to allow for another 10%, which would be another 4 or 5 homes. So I don't see a huge expansion, but I see consolidating and utilizing the property a little more effectively without creating a lot of huge demand for infrastructure in terms of transportation. You know, RAFTA just did their 2040 plan. There's no mention in terms of any funding for increased service to Woody Creek in that 2040 plan, maybe 2050. So
the time we've got it all built.
Yeah, but you know, the subsidies, again, we pretty much spent our housing funds purchasing this property to ensure that those residents are not being displaced, which they would have been. And so in terms of long-term management, I think we're going to have to look at a model that involves the residents, whether it's a metro district or some other sort of format that eventually I would like to see the residents take over control, just like they have in all the other mobile parks in the county.
And I think one of the things that will hold the board as you work through your scenarios is what does that self-sustaining number look like based on kind of the numbers and development patterns. So that's something we can bring back as we get more guidance.
In numbers of units or dollar numbers?
Dollars. So if there's say 50 units, you know, which I think is pretty close to the number where you're at, George, maybe a little less. And we know the general location, we can start to pin down what those infrastructure costs would be and what a kind of equitable subsidy would be and what we'd need the residents to be putting in, whether it be through a metro district or HOA or whatever.
Yeah, we can look, for example, at what they did at, like George said, at Woody Creek. They had to put in a new septic. So did Aston Village. So we have a lot of lessons learned that we can gather from, and then with, you know, the cost of doing business today. But I think there's a lot that, you know, we did all 4 of them very differently. All 4 mobile home parks that we preserved all had their own little tweaks. And we made it work on 4, and hopefully we can make it work on 5. But George, are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Riverview, I think if we do decide to move those, I know that there's a big issue with the board, not only with the floodplain, but with our setbacks from rivers that we have in the county. But those that have to be phased in, I think, I'm not going to tell people you have to move, but it's going to be 10 years so you have a house across the street. It would need to be when and if you have a house across the street. I'm not going to displace people. I'm going to leave the option up to them to let them know that at some point we might have housing across, we will have housing across the street before we make them leave there, or phase it in with, if they're rentals down there, right? Then when the new rent comes up, we don't move people into them, you know, into the interim, because we don't want to keep putting new families into a floodplain unless, you know, we'd like to keep people in their homes.
You're talking about across the river?
Yeah, Riverview.
And the road, yeah, okay.
Riverview. I'm a big fan of tiny homes. I've been researching them. I've seen some. I was just in Nashville, saw some amazing tiny homes, and I agree with George. We don't want them to be that seasonal worker housing. There's some tiny homes that are amazing for young couples, singles to live in. So I would like to look at some opportunity for that. That's the trend right now with the newer generation that's coming in, or an older generation that's downsizing. So I think I would like to see some opportunity for that. Ag land, want to preserve some of it, I think, for sustainable ag, especially with our river frontage. I'd like to see some habitat improvements. I'd like to see intake, put your boat in, take your boat out. I think that's a perfect opportunity down there, and it's an amenity. That's where I want to bring in healthy rivers and streams for that. Building codes, yeah, we do need, especially life safety building codes, but we tweaked some of our building codes for setbacks and other issues at all of the other trailer courts that we've preserved, calling them trailer courts because I live in one. I think that's important, that we need to look reasonably, but we need also to always think about life safety issues. There are definitely, I'm really familiar with Phillips because I've walked it a lot during campaigns. So I've done a lot of campaigns, so I've walked it a lot. And I think that's something we need to really be looking at besides fire codes, just that steep slope behind. I agree with George. I don't want to see any more building on that steep slope behind. That's just putting people more at risk, and it is going to be expensive. I love the concept of a village for many reasons. I think the numbers that are portrayed in this village scenario are way too high. I think we need to look at some reasonable amount of increase of affordable housing there. First and primarily is to move the people out of the floodplain, and then to transition people whose homes we might have to move currently existing along the hillside. But maybe some more opportunities. George's 4 or 5 may work for the beginning, but we may see that to be a bigger number or a lesser number. I think that's important when we're looking at our need for housing in this valley. As far as the urban growth boundary, I can go back on that because I was sitting on this board when we made that decision, and I did not agree with it then. But part of our decision, the other guy's decision to enforce the urban growth boundary as far as affordable housing was when there's already a housing development in existence, what can we do to maintain that, or if practical, where practical, do some expansion. Not massive village type expansion, but some. And I think that makes sense in this case. And I would defend that. Let me see. I think those are all the notes I made off of George's. So I'm pretty much in agreement with George, but I just added some points I think we need to be considerate of when we move forward as far as, I really have been very firm about displacement of people there. As far as the costs, we've made cost sharing part of any of the preservations to as best we can to keep it affordable, reasonable. And I know the prices of construction, especially wastewater treatment plants, is not going down. But we want people to have good, safe wastewater treatment and good, safe potable water. So I think those things are critical. And if there was, I think there will be a need to create a special district or a metro district of some sort. That's not always an easy process, and maybe there's some way the county can help facilitate that. It also takes a while, so that's something we might want to be thinking about sooner.
Right now would actually be easier because there's only one property owner.
That's us. Yeah. Oh, the other thing too is I think we need to be careful with, are there any of those units that are owned, not the rental ones that now the county owns, but people don't live in them on a full-time basis. We don't have working people living in any of those. I'm seeing people shake their head no. I think that's critical. If we're going to preserve affordable housing for this community, it needs to be for as many employees or retirees that have worked in the county, rather than the people just using it as a rental opportunity.
And there are a few of those, yeah.
That's going to be another issue that we'll have to address. There will be probably individuals there now that don't meet those housing guidelines that we typically
Well, yeah,
use
we'd have
for
to phase that in.
retirement
New
and
people
such.
coming in. Again, I'm not going to displace people.
Yeah, and that's part of the transition conversation.
Yeah. So I think we need to be careful with that. But I'm talking about people who rent them short term, rent them for people who are just coming here to visit. Don't rent them to people who actually work in the community. And, if you have a 3-bedroom and you rent 2 bedrooms out, that qualifies you as renting to people that work in the community. If you're renting it to somebody who just comes in here for 6 weeks out of the year to vacation and play, that's not our effort. Is not to preserve that. It's to preserve the sense of community down there, and as best possible for people who work and live and play in the communities. All three.
Okay, Steve?
Okay, I'm also pretty familiar with the Phillips Trailer Park. I used to drive the school bus that would pick up kids there. both on the hillside and on the S curves over on Highway 82 when it was a 2-lane road. That was a school bus stop. And it was a dangerous school bus stop. Kids would cross the swinging bridge to get over there, to get over to the bus over there. The first thing I would do is to get the opinion of the residents who are there on these three options and pick their brains as much as possible on their reaction to these three different ideas, because they're the ones who live there, and I think will have insights into these that we don't necessarily have. So I hope that's part of the process, to right away be getting feedback from them without having to go through a formal public hearing kind of a
And from the
process.
20 or so that we talked to so far, the third one would be the most popular because the least number of people are affected, and to the extent that anybody read the part about costs, it has the lowest cost per unit. So if you live there and you don't, particularly if you live in Riverview, the third one is the only one where your home isn't being relocated, and it's very nice down there on Riverview. It's a very peaceful place to live, and it's beautiful. So
It's
all 10 of the
also
people
on
who
a-
are living over there are going to vote for.
Also on a blind corner getting on and off the highway in
Yeah.
a dangerous place. So my initial take on it,
That's a good point.
which, just looking at it like with a 10,000-foot view, I would eliminate the option 1 right away because it's a loss of the total number of units. And I don't think we should waste further time looking at that, because we want to at least maintain the same number of units somehow or other.
Okay.
And so to me, I would just eliminate that first option. I really don't like the idea of building on irrigated land. But then I noticed that, and I wonder what happened to all the different buildings down by the Phillips house below the road. Looks like a lot of them are planned to be eliminated. Perhaps if we did end up building some units on the irrigated land above the road, that some of that could be turned, where there are existing old buildings that are removed, that could potentially be turned back into usable agricultural land. Down, it's a little bit flatter ground, closer to the river and the floodplain, and it might actually be more usable and more productive for agricultural uses. So I think that should be considered. I think before looking at the plan number 2, option 2, before building that area 4 on the irrigated land, I would be more in favor of building the quad units up behind the existing, up above the existing purple units, so that are listed as 1. And if it were a phased-in approach, I would do those first before taking the agricultural land. And I'm sure all this is going to be phased in anyhow. But maybe that would be all we would do. Maybe we wouldn't end up doing that extension down there into the irrigated field. So that would be an option that hasn't been looked at, but it would provide more units and replacement units if the ones on the other side of the highway are removed. It seems like an awful lot of units to go up to the 115 or 120 kind of units to me. But if we did get a critical higher number of units there, it would make it a whole lot easier to justify having year-round shuttle bus service going there from RAFTA. So that certainly would be a consideration. And then one other consideration, it is in the Roaring Fork School District, And the school district has been cutting back on the length of their school bus routes and having people bring their kids to a central location. Maybe Roaring Fork School District would consider starting to take a school bus back there again in the future. But that's something that should be looked into and talked about with the school district. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Kelly?
I have some thoughts, but first I have some questions, because I haven't had the benefit of looking over this since September and earlier. And I thought taking a health impact assessment approach to me seemed very unique, and Phyllis pointed out that this actually is a best practice and very relevant for housing planning all over the country. So I just have some questions about that, because it really is underlying how we plan here. And so if you could just talk about, for me, a couple of how the different qualities are changing from option 1 to 2 and 3. And many of them are very straightforward, and they're either the same or their reasons are obvious. But the ones that I could use some clarification on are under community, and those are environmental health, existing health promoting amenities, and governance and maintenance.
So you're going to go back to the comparison slide. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, why, the reset option might have a better outcome to support health in terms of environmental health than it would under option 3, for example. Am I not on?
So starting at the top category there, the urban growth boundary category underneath community qualities, health determinants.
Yeah, so just the 3 under there that I'd like some clarification are environmental health, existing health, and then governance.
So environmental health, in option 1, there's no new area being developed. So more area is available to go to whichever other kinds of organizations might want to preserve that land for various open space or parks and trails kinds of uses.
Okay, so that's not addressing like the upgrades for the leach fields or something like that?
No, that's intended to refer specifically to the parks and trails kinds of
Okay, so like sustainable environmental,
right,
not
right.
environmental health as I would think of it in public health
In our world,
framework.
sometimes environmental health means off-site wastewater treatment systems and such, so yeah.
So that's all reflected
Thank
up
you.
above under the safety of site, housing, and infrastructure.
Got it.
Okay. So I'm sorry, what was the next one you were looking at?
Existing health promoting amenities.
So options 1 and 2 are pretty much the same. Option 3, because there's a lot more housing units in there, it simply becomes more unclear. It's not necessarily that these things would be impacted, it's that it's unclear exactly what that would look like with that much more development in there, that many more units. So yellow, again, isn't necessarily like a yellow light, like this is a warning. It's in many of these cases just unclear. We're unable to predict at this time, not knowing what that might look like under the various scenarios.
So I would interpret that in, I guess, option 3 as it may bring more, it may bring less. You think it's leaning towards more. Because that's sort of like a split divide.
It could be. So either way. Yeah.
Can't be predicted.
Yeah. And, these colors are not necessarily set in stone. We've talked about what color some of these should be at length, and it kind of depends on how you envision the various scenarios in detail. Yeah, the various options.
For instance, I think this is a starting place for us, and again, we haven't had the opportunity to present this, and so, for instance, one of the things, the urban growth boundary there, Patty presents it a different way of looking at that the urban growth boundary, when you talk about adding affordable housing, maybe that ends up not being read on these. So I think this is just a place for beginning discussion, and that these would be updated as we continue to go through the process and we understand more about what values are important to the community and to the commissioners, and that these will change as we get more of that information from everyone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it seems like
Kind
it's
of
a real
fluid
community
process.
assessment
Yep.
seen through a health lens.
Yep.
And these are kind of an invention, to be honest. I haven't seen these in other health impacts assessments of urban planning projects or land use planning projects. But what we wanted to do was to integrate these, to really push the boundaries of integrating these two processes, the site planning and the HIA. And you guys, in general, are used to seeing site plans, and these guys are visual thinkers as designers and planners, and so this was an attempt to take the HIA information and put it in a sort of encapsulate it in a way that's very visual and easy to see. The risk there is that then you lose detail and you lose a lot of gray area,
So then can you help me understand what you guys were interpreting with regards to, governance and maintenance, I guess, becoming a more clear health outcome in the option 3?
The thinking there is simply if you have more residents, then you may have the ability then to maintain more facilities, to run a governance structure that requires participation of a certain number of people to get it going. If you have very few residents out there, say in option 1, maybe it's a little harder to keep an organization
You burn
running.
through your board members
That's
pretty
an
quick.
interesting point for me, because the discussion you've heard so far brings up a question about forming some sort of governance structure, whether it be a metro district or something, and that seemed to not really pertain to size here. So I just want to keep that in mind anyway for myself. Again, this is interesting for me to come in on this project because I haven't had the benefit of sort of like really discussing what the different values are that we have as a board, and where they agree and where they don't agree. And so this brings up a lot of other questions for me about, how do we value affordable housing, even if it is outside of the urban growth boundary? And, do we value it to an extent to maximize the options on this property, or does that run into direct competition with the other value of retaining or rural character? And we've heard a little bit of varying opinions here. So, it just raises like bigger conversations for me about, gosh, like what does this look like as? Is it okay to build outside of the urban growth boundary if it's for a project like this, or if it's under a specific consideration? Because do these come up again in the future, and how do we deal with them? So, on one hand, I look at this as like a planning document and want to say, well, let's set ourselves up to let the county, whatever board in 30 years may see this as a real opportunity to add more housing. But this is also kind of a development proposal too, because in order to fund anything, in order to fund the real basic stuff that we want to do, we kind of need to know what the final product looks like. So I think, these options for me aren't necessarily answering that question right now, because is there something that lets us retain some future opportunity without committing to it right now, and still presents an affordable solution for relocating, the units that are in floodplains and outside of our property and in the debris flow, which are real life safety issues that I think we all agree have to be addressed. But also allowing maybe a board in 30 years to say, yeah, let's put more housing here. So I don't know if that provided any direction.
Well, and Kelly, it may help, and our may ask our engineer to jump in before a manager starts engineering things. But
which is dangerous.
For example, on the wastewater, which is probably our most significant limiting factor, that's a modular unit, and so that can be expanded to address future expansion. Now, if that were the desire of the board to end up with that opportunity, it may affect how we lay out the system so that it can be tied into in the future. And so we would need to know that, for example, now. But the infrastructure, by and large, I think is scalable if that's the direction that the board wants to go. But that's what we're trying to. Yeah. We've got a little bit of a chicken and the egg, right?
Yeah.
Kind of conversation.
Can I take on to that real quick? There's also a question for the engineer. Sorry, John. What's the livability of a wastewater treatment plant? I mean, would you have to replace it in 25, 30, 40 anyway? So there's also that. If in 30 years they decide to put in 10 more units and we might be in the process of redesigning the existing facility anyway. But I think it's important. The other thing, Kelly, when you said about trying to find a way to help pay for some of these things, what happened at Woody Creek, what happened at Smuggler, was, of course, with Smuggler when we bought our lots early on, but was the ability to sell some of those lots for people to actually maybe put tiny homes on and actually own their land. The one thing that I've learned going to these national conferences on manufactured housing community is the security. It's called manufactured insecurity when people buy their homes and put them on land that they don't own. So I think for me, down the line, it would be what I would want to see would be the ownership of these individual lots, that they would be subdivided like we did at Lazy Glen, Woody Creek, Smuggler, and Aspen Village. That's called security in your housing.
John, you about to say something?
Well, and so this is where the balancing will come in, I think, in terms of, if that's the unit, or if that's the goal is for units and land to be owned, there's going to be a sustainability threshold, right? There's going to be economies of scale that need to be reached, and or a commitment to ongoing subsidy, which is what we've tried to avoid in other similarly situated developments. And so I think the question that Kelly raised about kind of the future view and scalability may be a good one for you guys to bat around a little bit, because this can be designed in such a way that it's easily scalable, easy to tie in to an option. Is it 1 or 3? The 3 is the larger one, right? So, to tie in so that if a future board wanted to go to an option 3,
or scale up a little bit.
Or scale up a little bit, that we've designed the infrastructure in a way that you can tie in, that's going to change. See, here I go engineering again, but pipe diameters, how you lay it out.
Must be doing good so far. He hasn't felt the need to say
He's not
anything.
shaking his head.
I know.
Jump in if it gets ugly.
I know. You know how you can tell an extroverted engineer is they look at your shoes, not at the ground. That's, just kidding. But these would be important considerations for us, so that you would understand what that looks like. It seems like the majority of the board right now is wanting to do something maybe just a little north of the existing number of units. And we still need to bring back those sustainability numbers. That may get some wiggle room in it too.
I want to weigh in, but
So I want to
let's
leave
keep
the
moving.
option to do more.
Well, and that's the discussion needs to happen, I think, at the board table, so that we have that direction from you guys.
Right. I was going to say that I appreciate what everyone has said. I liked how George articulated it. I do like the idea of no net loss. But when I first started hearing about this, I've got to say the excitement, in addition to maintaining the housing that's already there, was the preservation and the restoration and care for the river. And I'd have to say, at this point, I'm leaning toward eliminating the riverside in favor of moving them across. Where to put them, Steve brought up some good options. I'm not ready to weigh in on that yet. If the hillside perhaps the hillside would work. I'm worried about how much higher it is, and what sort of visual that creates for the rest of the valley. I'm also concerned about our climate action plan. I want to see that become part of this discussion, and I think it needs to be part of our discussion in a big way. As for transportation, the options that everyone likes is that they're centered far away from everything. You know, we're far from City Market, and we're far from Whole Foods, and we're far from the schools, and you know, it's going to you have to get in the car to do anything. Not having a transportation or a transit plan to me is a huge minus. It doesn't seem like we're going in the right direction. So building it bigger to accommodate the hope that we might get transit there is scary to me, and I'm nervous about that. I don't want to say any more. The idea of building on ag land is not really attractive, but maybe that's something we can keep discussing. And I liked Steve's idea of perhaps we determine where the best ag spots are and we shoehorn these things in. I also, regarding climate action, probably the most efficient way to house people is certainly not in individual homes, but in apartments, or and I haven't seen anything about that. I guess you have some quads. You've got fourplexes. I'd like to see somebody who's really engaged in climate mitigation, you know, efficient housing, super energy efficiency, mitigation on site. All those things need to be part of this if we're going to be serious about our climate action plan. What else do I have here? We're close enough to the land already. I'm not sure there's a wildlife impact on the hillside above, but I'm sure the higher up you go, the more that becomes an issue. And I do like the idea of slow change, as Patty points out. You don't want to boot people out. We want to figure out how we can do the transition slowly and gradually, so it's less of an impact for people that are if we're going to be moving places around. And these designs include practically, I'm going to guess, moving virtually every unit that's there, because there's a you know, kind of what do you call it? The third law of thermodynamics is, you know, this chaos that's come in the way the place was originally built. And if we're going to try to make it efficient and fit in something as nice as this plan, it's going to require moving everything, jostling and juggling. So virtually everybody's going to get moved. How far is the question?
Or how is the question?
Or how is the question? I think, I don't know what the cost of acquiring that property from the state would be, but it entered my mind that I'd love to know. Since what we have now is on someone else's property, do we want to fix that before we move forward with anything? Is it necessary?
It wasn't too high, and the state was pretty eager to sell.
Really? Well, it'd be nice to know that
Not
that's
if you're
part
going
of
to
it.
move them all anyway.
If we're not going to move them all anyway, or if this becomes public land, or a boat take out or put in, or something, it would just be nice to know how that fits in the mix. I think that's all I've got for now. I know we're on a time crunch. We're about half an hour behind. Maybe we should wrap this up and keep moving. But thank you for beginning the discussion gently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, this is a tough one, and I'm grateful that you're started it the way you have. Okay, that's it.
It's actually really fun to read.
When will we hear back from you again?
Next week.
Approximately?
That guy gets to decide.
Tomorrow.
Well, George, I think we need to probably circle the wagons. I think you guys have given us some guidance, and we can narrow the alternatives. So I'd like an opportunity to visit with the team and see what that would take.
Great.
And then we'll get back to you a year or so.
Yeah.
The same. 2's fine.
2 years, but I'm gone.
Thank you.
2 years would be even better. Okay, we are. I'm going to try to keep us on schedule, folks. If we can do this transition quickly, thank you for coming.
It's on schedule. We're already.
Yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind bringing conversations out into the lobby, because we're running behind.
Okay, stepping right up, we're moving in for landfill operations and maintenance building update.
And then are we doing the library 45 minutes?
Kathy's on deck.
There wasn't anything in my packet about the library.
It was just on the agenda. It's one of the update discussions.
That can be a shorter one, abbreviated. Okay, Kathy and Phyllis are here. Thank you for coming. Sorry to give you all the rush out of here, but thanks for coming. Don't let the door slam.
Really here.
Thank you.
I was getting
thought-
some
She's going away.
Okay, here's what
Where's
we
the
have.
swag? You did not bring us
I
any
know we got
swag?
some new stuff.
I know. I've heard.
I know. Sorry.
I didn't get any either.
HR has some.
I don't think I own anything to drink out of except for Picking County landfill. That's
All right.
From the kitchenette.
No, just from welfare.
I have.
Now, for the landfill update. For something completely different.
Yes, it is completely different, but it is not the first time we've been in front of the board with the operations and maintenance building for the landfill. This is actually the fourth time we've talked
Only
about
four?
this. Yeah, and I thought maybe 5, but a handful of times. But we want to update the board where we are with our public outreach, our value engineering effort, and where we want to go with next steps. So if you don't mind, I would like to do just a quick run through. Some of this may be a repeat for board members. shorter.
Condensed.
Would you like to see the overview of the space reservation that we had previously showed the board, which is this slide here? Basically, I'll just, short and dirty, is to try to separate our landfill operations from our customer service oriented programs around the scale house. And what this also shows to the left of the slide, viewer left, is a doubling of the compost area. So the operations building would go in what we're calling the boneyard, which is in the northern part of the picture. If you can you go on that, Kathy, or no? If not. It's in the boneyard, there you go, right there. So that's where the operations building would go. We would push it up against that hillside as far as we can. If you can go to the next slide, please. This shows our expansion, the northern and southern expansion. The northern expansion in blue would add 6 to 8 years of landfill life, given our current incoming waste we have. That is in process and going through permitting with the state. The northern expansion, or the southern expansion, is more in the neighborhood of 40 years. We haven't submitted that yet, but we are we're sitting on it now and working with our engineers to design what that would look like. It's a little more complicated.
And what's your time frame for submitting that one?
It's a surprise.
We don't have a time frame right now. Our time frame is really on on the northern expansion, because that'll buy us the time we need.
Right.
We probably have 6 to 7 years of life left in the landfill as it currently exists.
All right. Great.
So with that, Kathy will go through the need of this facility. We have worked extensively on value engineering the facility, actually making it smaller than we originally proposed, and we have a plan for moving forward to show the board.
Okay, so our existing site operations and maintenance, we currently have 17 pieces of equipment and vehicles on site. Some of these are very large pieces of equipment that have to be maintained and kept outside. So the MRF building, that's the warehouse-looking building that sits behind the scale house, just a 6,000 square foot, just sort of open warehouse type of building. We're currently using that as maintenance and a storage building. If you go to the landfill at 5 o'clock tonight, it's like a jigsaw puzzle in there. We park whatever we can. We have a lot of water tank type of trucks, loaders, everything gets kind of squeezed in there at night. So our equipment maintenance needs have outgrown this MRF building maintenance space. And as you can see in the photos, you can see fleet on the right-hand photo. In the center there is maintaining the compactor outside during a snow incident. It's just miserable and frankly unsafe working conditions. So what we're proposing, we've brought forward before, is a 17,309 square foot facility. It'll be a fully functional maintenance facility the fleet can work out of. Equipment, parking, and storage. It will be some of that larger equipment that can't access the MRF building or access asphalt, go on the asphalt or the pavement right now, will be able to be pulled into that building for maintenance and service. A wash bay. We're very muddy up there, and we have a huge need to wash equipment on a regular basis. A new crew room space to allow the 9 crew members to have a comfortable break room space, showers, bathrooms, get their mornings kicked off kind of spot. And then the expanded fuel farm will go down into that boneyard area as well near the new building. So we have begun the location and extent review process. The application was submitted by our architect, Menendez Architects, on January 29th, and we have begun the public outreach portion of it. We met with Aspen Village on January 15th and the Woody Creek Caucus on January 31st. We didn't get any comments or pushbacks on the building, so they didn't really have nothing to say about it. So.
Woody Creek Caucus, there was a question about whether it was going to be able to be seen from Woody Creek. We did express and showed where the view plane was. There was no comment beyond that. So.
Got it. Thank you.
We are working with CORE on building an energy efficient building. So solar energy will be incorporated into it, radiant floor heating, insulation, and design. We will be applying for the Randy Udall Energy Pioneer Grant. That'll be due May 1st, 2019.
So a little bit more on this, just briefly, is we currently have a grant to install solar at the landfill. The idea is to return that grant and apply for an energy grant to make the building more energy efficient now. And in 2020, apply for the PV grant to install photovoltaics to offset our energy consumption for the building. So there would actually be 2 core grants that we would apply for. First, to build the building as efficiently as we can. Second, to install solar in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
George?
So 2 questions on that, Brian. When you design the building, then it will be already designed anticipating that there will be solar panels put on it?
That's correct.
And then this picture, of course, does not show what solar panels would look like, and I don't know if that would be an issue for the neighbors or for even for the FAA if it was going to have any issues in terms of glare or anything.
I can speak to the neighbors, which is, they're not going to see the roof. The view plane for the building is all down in the valley.
Even with the solar panels on?
Even with the solar panels.
Okay.
On the FAA, we're outside the FAA area of concern for solar panel installation. We don't have a...
Yeah, and we may want to look at, frameless panels or something like that. The reflection these days is primarily on the frame.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of the same thing they were looking at that other solar farm that's right underneath.
Correct.
And would you anticipate that those solar panels would generate an excess of energy beyond just for the needs of this building, so we would be able to utilize that for other operations up there?
It's a good question, and we need to keep in mind electricity is all we have at the landfill for power. So this is a fully electric building for heat and lighting and every need, all the maintenance work that the fleet department's going to do out there. Our estimate is between 20 and 50% of solar offset. So there won't be excess energy produced from this building. There may be in the summertime, but on an annual average, we're not going to be in excess of what we consume. Winter, to heat that building is going to be expensive.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So another part of this project is the MRF building remodel. So we're looking at relocating the household hazardous waste and the drop-in swap facility into the existing area of the MRF building, and that's the picture on the left. So that'll be phased. We've budgeted a separate project essentially to look at how we revamp that building. Do we tear it down. We don't have any information on that yet. However, the HHW building is in a temporary tent structure off to the side, and it's next to where that far right picture is, the recycle transfer area. So looking at the whole recycle transfer area, let me go back. Oops. And also, we have the existing crew room building where the crew does now take their breaks. It's about 1,200 square foot building. Also looking as part of the Murph building remodel to revamp that crew room into an education type of space. We don't know yet, but we'll look further into it. Now the recycle area, transfer area expansion. So in the green area right there, that is the existing Murph building and the loading dock space associated with that. The recycle transfer, the current recycle transfer area is in this purple hashed mark. That is where we store the recyclables waiting to be transferred out for processing to Denver and the loading docks. Excuse me. And then this purple area, this is the fuel farm. This is the existing where the red pointer is. It's the HHW temporary tent and that concrete space out there. The existing fuel farm area, and then we use this area for storage of plows and everything. By revamping the Murph building area, we feel we could probably expand the recycle transfer up into that full purple area and make it a more usable space, and allow us to collect more, allow us to appropriately store more recyclables as it's waiting transfer to processing. Also site water well, which is not part of this budget, but it's something we're looking at with the new building. The site, the solid waste center, has no water supply source. We must truck in all the water needs. It's basic sanitation, our hand washing, dust control, particularly in the summer and the early fall when it's so dry. It's part of our permit. We must keep the dust down. And then washing of equipment. So we use about 70 to 80,000 gallons a year. Right now we store it in two 11,000 gallon tanks. And again, we must truck it in, and it's a pretty regular process. So what we're looking at is putting in a water supply well in the boneyard area down where the new building would be placed. And we're in the process of permitting that well right now through our hydrogeologic consultants. So they're looking into the feasibility of that.
What about the water we're recapturing in that big tank? Are we using that for cover, or what are we using that for?
That the state allows us, and we haven't collected enough of it yet. The state allows us to use that after it's treated as dust control.
So I was thinking, so we're going to be reducing our need based on that other water, but I still think we need some source of water. It'd be great not to have to truck water. Where do we get it?
In the summertime, we get it at the hydrant at Public Works. In the winter right now, we go down to Mid-Valley, the Mid-Valley hydrant.
So the water from the Public Works where's that come from?
It's potable. There's a hydrant just outside the building.
Right. But where's that water come from?
Oh, from the city of Aspen.
So I thought, we're...
City water.
Yeah, so it'd be nice to not have to pay for city water.
And there is no fire protection at the landfill. This would allow us to have better fire protection.
Your well would have enough capacity to meet all those needs? Well plus storage.
Yeah, right now there is actually an old water production well up on top of the landfill above where the compost area is. That well has gone bad. There's a pump stuck. It needs to be completely abandoned and re-drilled. So while we're looking at that, we thought, we'll place it down in the boneyard a little bit more accessible. That well produced years ago when they did the pump test about 2 gallons per minute, which is pretty standard for the Manco Shale.
Okay. Is it potable?
It was at the time, yes. The other well was.
Potable water coming from Mancos Shale is not always potable.
It's high in chloride content.
Yeah, and it costs a fortune to treat it, so it's something we need to keep our eyes on. Because, look what happened at Brush Creek.
Yeah, our hydrogeologists are looking at that. It could be it may not be potable. Right now we bring in water in jugs that get drank. So it may just be for hand washing showers, suitable for that. So they're researching that right now.
Yeah.
Great. More to learn on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So budget. So our estimated building costs right now are $6,135,000. We are just in the preliminary design phases. The engineers or the Shaw Construction and the architects, as we get further into, will continue to value engineer as we really get into the design of the building. We just learned the permit cost to put this building in is approximately, through our community development department, approximately $200,000. That right now was not budgeted. We would come forward with a supplemental request to add that permit cost into that budget. The Murph building renovation is currently budgeted at $500,000.
So let me, John, so because this is basically a location and extent, do we need to go through ComDev for?
For building, yes. It still needs to go through all of the building permit fees and inspections, and so that's really the primary cost. And absolutely, we need to hold to those building codes. And
well,
it's
yeah,
important.
The building codes. I was just questioning the permits. I mean, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, basically.
Well, kind of. We're keeping funds whole, and so you have an expense that's existing in an enterprise fund that's fee supported, so that the tax supported fund isn't subsidizing it.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to the slide. So the staff's plan, because our current budget is $6 million to complete the new building, is to actually use some of the remodel funding, the $500,000, to supplement the operations and maintenance building, which would leave approximately $400,000 to do the remodel of the Murph building. However, the permit fees, the building permit fees, would come to you in a supplemental request for funding.
Out of the enterprise fund?
Out of the enterprise fund, correct.
So I have a question for John. Is this going to be the last building for a while that we build for $6 million? We just keep ringing that $6 million chime.
Well, this one was 26 in all fairness. And
well, that's 6 times
then
a
you've
lot.
got the 6 in the ambulance and 6 here. The potentially terminal might be next. That'll be different.
That'll be a little different.
6
okay.
bazillion million.
What's next?
Okay.
Sorry, question, Steve?
Oh, well, I'll wait till Kathy's done.
Okay,
then.
yeah, let's try and get it done, and then we'll.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So our next steps are the design and construction documents. If you're all in favor of this, we'll move forward with the real design and getting the paperwork, engineering done. Thank you. Permit process with community development, we can start that. Complete the location and extent review process, and then start on the initial design estimates for a Murph building renovation along with a crew room.
Patty?
I think this design that's just sketched out here beats them all. It's great looking. I think it looks like a building that should be there. It looks like a functional working building that you would find at a really nice, clean landfill like ours.
But this may not say specifically, and I think it's more clear in your agenda item summary, is we're looking to construct this spring. So with the completion of the engineering and design documents and completion of the building permit and location and extent review permit process, we would be ready to build as soon as possible, as soon as the snow leaves the ground. And that's what we're looking for today.
George?
So obviously you've had soil testing to know that there's not going to be a problem, an issue having such a large, heavy building placed on that as part of the landfill.
We completed the geotech work a couple weeks ago. No surprises, no hidden trash out there. So yeah, it looks good. We'll probably get the final report from the engineers in about a week.
And a really key question, will these tractors fit in the barn doors? Because those are big pieces of equipment we're moving around out there. Okay.
Glad you asked that.
And I just want to caveat the geotech. Until you've dug the whole hole,
you can still
don't
find
know.
something.
Yeah.
Right. Anybody else, Steve?
Still find some good trash.
So a couple of observations in terms of the solar grant that you have now. That was going to go on the Murph building, wasn't it? And I would consider going ahead and putting it on the Murph building now. We need renewable electricity produced now, not in 2 years. And if it's 100, I don't remember, 100 kilowatts or 150 kilowatts or something, I think.
We're going to renovate
I would consider going ahead and putting it on the Murph building now, as long as it fits into the remodel plans of the Murph building, and then come in the future and apply for another grant to put solar onto the new building. So that's something I would urge you to consider that.
Yeah, we worked closely with CORE on this recommendation, and in order to maximize the energy efficiency input into this facility, that was the recommendation from CORE. And then to work with them at a later date for another grant for solar. They only reimburse 50-50. It's a 50% partnership for solar installation. For building efficiency programs, it's 100%. So it is possible that in 2020, we apply for a more grand solar plan to renovate the MRF and the new building.
Okay. And then the second point is, I think we should reconsider doing the septic waste treatment thing at our own landfill now. Even if we do something regional and it's in Rifle or somewhere, the trucking is still going to be an enormous cost to the resident, the 3,000 residents who have septic tanks in the county. And if we could use the water at our landfill right now for things, I think we should maybe reconsider and just do a smaller system at our own landfill. I think it would be a good service to the residents of Picken County.
It's an interesting thought.
And it could give us the water that, I still think you probably need a well to get potable water, but.
I would suggest that we may want to bring that back as a separate discussion, because I know Kelly wasn't part of that, and Greg, I don't think you were on the board when we talked about that. And Patty, I can't remember if you were back on the board when we talked about that.
We've been talking about
I've been
this
here
for a while.
forever. Just include me in on all of it.
Are we ready to move on?
Well, does the board have, as Brian laid out, we're going to move forward, assuming the location extent comes back.
So when do we get to sign the beam?
And again, this has already been approved in our 2019 budget.
Yeah, but
Except
we
for the
made a
supplemental.
commitment to come back to you and get approval step by step to move forward, so we're doing that.
I feel as if we've seen this several times, and it's evolved, and it's very nicely, and it's time to move forward with it.
Yeah, nice looking project, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have head nods?
No.
Any,
I just want to be able to drive that compactor to that
yes.
barn.
We're definitely not letting you drive.
I think we have a yes.
Thank you very much.
Can we put a branch library in there also while we're
Of course,
at
lending
it?
library, yeah. Pool hall. Okay, we're going to keep trying to stay. I knocked 30 minutes off. Now we're only 25 minutes behind
Do
schedule.
we still have airport
I'm going to
coming?
bring in Kathy and crew for the abbreviated report. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, because I need to get.
I know we're going to lose Patty, so we're going to go for the quick
five.
version. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
I got to get back down Valley.
I gotta get my baby.
Movie?
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
I got to go see my.
And just so the board knows, we can wait on the update on the 21st. We can do that next work session.
The visioning update?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
We'll talk about it during the retreat.
Greg, I'm
Got
sorry
it.
I was late because Tommy's medical care.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, we're on. Kathy and
Okay, I'm Kathy Chandler from the library, and I brought several staff members today, so I'd just like to quickly sort of introduce them. And what we were going to do was give you a semi-annual update on some of the things going on at the library. So one of the things that the American Library Association started many years ago was the concept of growing your own, which is to bring your library staff up along into masters.
Did you say growing your own?
Growing
I
your
wasn't
own.
quite.
the rooftop garden. We're talking.
It's legal now.
So
Why are they all smiling?
We have several people on staff who have earned master's degrees in library science through this policy that the library has helped pay tuition, and Martha Durgee was one of the first people who did that. She's worked at the library since 1986 and attended Emporia State University, which had an outreach program to Denver, commuted down to Denver on weekends to get her master's
master's
Congrats.
degree.
Welcome
and
and congrats, yeah.
Genevieve Smith has been at the library for 8 years and earned her master's that way from Clarion University. And then Shannon Foster, who you'll hear from first, is a person who is about to graduate from Kent State, getting a master's in library science, and she only has one class left right now, doing a practicum at the Aspen Historical Society. The reason that I asked these people to come is Shannon is in charge of the library lab, and she also is very passionate about intellectual freedom, which is kind of a charge that librarians lead in the country. And so she'll be talking to you about that. And we also have Charlie Blackmere here, who's one of our newest library staff members. She joined the staff at the beginning of last summer. She has worked a couple of years at the Mesa County Public Library. And then we have Molly Ireland here, who just celebrated her 25th anniversary of working at the library. And she recently changed hats. She was in charge of interlibrary loan at the library, but last summer she took over being the teen librarian. They're just going to talk about a few things. So we'll start out with Shannon with intellectual freedom, a little bit about the library lab, and Genevieve and Charlie and Martha will be talking about a program called Resourceful You that they have launched this year so that people can learn about the different things that people can get at for free from the library website, like Ancestry.com, and things that you can avoid paying charges for things by some of the databases that we subscribe to. I also wanted to say we're just getting ready to send out the Friends of the Library mailing, and one of the many items we were able to buy through donations last year was a computer lab with 12 laptop computers, which was sort of Charlie and Genevieve's brainchild, that they would have those to be able to teach library classes, but also people can check them out and use them in the library. They want to take a laptop to a desk and not be tethered to the ones that are hardwired into the building. So with that long introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon.
Hi, I'm Shannon Foster, and I'm the library computer specialist and lab manager at the Pickens County Library. And like Kathy said, I'm going to talk a little bit about intellectual freedom and then the lab and what I do there. So historically, a library was the center of a community. It was a place where elections happened, community dialogue started, and if anyone visiting wanted to know anything about the town, they would first go to the library. So even though the internet has revolutionized how information is stored and disseminated, libraries and librarians still have a role to play. Intellectual freedom is at the core of our democracy and our educational institutions. By providing a diverse collection and by fostering discussions that challenge us to answer the tough questions, we create a safe place for our communities to grow. Pickens County Library's stated mission is to enrich our community by inspiring lifelong learning and providing access to information and ideas. The American Library Association has a code of ethics that every library in our country lives by. 5 of those 8 statements in the code are central to intellectual freedom. In regards to censorship, we uphold the principles of intellectual freedom and resist all efforts to censor library resources. When we talk about privacy, we protect each library user's right to privacy and confidentiality with respect to information sought or received and resources consulted, borrowed, acquired, or transmitted. Not advocating for a particular point of view, our ethics state that we do not advance private interests at the expense of library users, colleagues, or our employing institutions. We distinguish between our personal convictions and professional duties and do not allow our personal beliefs to interfere with fair representation of the aims of our institutions or the provision of access to their information resources. As Kathleen Chandler stated, the county has supported my pursuit of my MLIS, and in our code of ethics, we strive for excellence in the profession by maintaining and enhancing our own knowledge and skills, by encouraging the professional development of coworkers, and by fostering the aspirations of potential members of the profession. So, what your library stands for is that we protect your privacy, we encourage intellectual freedom, and we embody community values. I am very interested in intellectual freedom, and I asked if I could develop a series of programs on the topic. With the support of our director, Kathleen Chandler, this new program will focus on intellectual freedom, freedom to read, and censorship. My hope is that this will be an opportunity for our community to have a safe place for open dialogue about difficult issues and provide information that is accurate and timely. We kicked off this program with a panel discussion on January 22nd, 2019, with 5 members that represented different parts of the community and the library profession. It included school librarians Teresa Cavallari from Aspen Middle School and Lisa May Howard from Aspen Elementary School. Also included on the panel was Executive Director of the Colorado Library Consortium, Jim Duncan, Jay Ballenberger from Colorado Mesa University, who is currently the co-chair of the Colorado Intellectual Freedom Committee, and Elizabeth Nix from Aspen Words and our library board. The idea for this panel started with a current challenge brought to school districts in our state from a parent group and has initiated legislation in our state for the removal of said resources. The group has claimed that students are able to easily access pornography through the major magazine databases subscribed to by most school districts in the state. Rather than fight this censorship, several districts have removed this resource. In an effort to overcome complacency and fear, I have felt compelled to create this program. I asked the panel to define intellectual freedom and then to discuss how we foster open dialogue and discussion about topics that are controversial. The unique perspectives from our school librarians discuss the idea of digital citizenship and developmentally appropriate collections within the schools. The consensus was that this type of dialogue is important for our communities. The potential for misinterpretation perpetuates fear. The idea behind this new program is to inform and represent both sides of an issue. So community feedback has been positive. Aspen Words and the Garfield County Libraries wish to collaborate with us on issues of intellectual freedom after attending our first program. So it was a very positive program. So going forward, we envision having one roundtable panel discussion every quarter. The next panel discussion that is in the planning stages for April aims to continue this discussion with our school librarians, the superintendent, the parents, and the community. The idea is to educate about current issues, including but not limited to the challenge with EBSCO databases, to address what parents' potential concerns might be, what our librarians do to ensure age and developmentally appropriate collections, and then to engage with the community before there are issues. Another topic up for discussion is censorship in art. So we have a very vibrant art community here, so we figured that would be a really great topic to talk about as well. So that hasn't been planned yet, but that's in the works. Last little piece here, attending professional conferences is important to our profession and to stay abreast of current intellectual freedom and social justice issues. I will have the opportunity to attend a social justice and public library workshop at the end of the month in Denver. I will be representing the Pitkin County Library when I present on issues of intellectual freedom at 2 upcoming professional conferences in Grand Junction and in Pueblo. So on to the next part. The fun part of what I do day in and day out at the library is the library lab. So as part of my professional responsibilities at the library, I field reference questions, patron computer needs, and I manage the library lab. The library lab is an intellectual space that fosters the ideals of creativity and collaboration. Patrons will be given the opportunity to create, invent, and learn all manner of things through various hands-on activities. The lab includes a sound booth, a photo studio with a green screen, a computer lab with game design, a 3D printer, a vinyl cutter, and a sewing room, which happens to be the most popular part of the library, at least in the lab. These maker spaces provide opportunities for kids to engage in STEM education, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our lab also provides checkout kits, which I have one right here just to show you. They're in little red bags, for any patron to check out and take home for 1 week. I don't know if you can tell from this photo, but we also have started to offer escape rooms once a month for kids 10 and over, and has been met with a lot of enthusiasm with the kids. We've also collaborated with the Aspen Science Center for the annual summer fair and with Nensho from my3dconcepts.com. With my colleague Jeffrey Bradley, we have also collaborated with Lisa Ballinger of the Aspen Institute and with Lisa Hancock at the Aspen Historical Society for the 100-year Bauhaus collection, which is being celebrated all year, and with many other organizations around Aspen. So the 3D printers are making these little keychains that go along with that. So that's kind of fun. that's what I have. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you my passion and my passion as a librarian in this community. I hope that you see the importance of this issue and libraries in general. I look forward to your continued support, and you can reach me here if you would like to discuss any of these further.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. That's great. Okay, who's next? Somebody else up?
Yeah, sure. Let me move this.
I guess before we get.
I remember being in an ethics class where they had a question about someone who had been accused of sexually abusing a young child. The police officer came to request the search records of that person because they knew that person had been at the library and wanted to see if their searches had anything to do with the crime they were accused.
Interesting.
And we are not allowed to give that information out.
Okay, what's next?
All right. What's next is Resourceful You. I'm Martha Durgee. I have been at the library, I think 22 years. About 10 of those years, I have been involved with publicity and program coordination. Our Resourceful You is our new adult education program. How it came about and why, we know it's valuable. It is the brainchild. We started gestating after the colorful dust settled when our library renovation was completed in 2016. We'd experienced months of anticipating change, then adjusting to it, enduring it. Our focus settled back to library services and resources. We completed gestation. Sorry, just had to play with that metaphor for a little bit. We gave birth to Resourceful You in the last quarter of 2018. Our greatest advantage in this Resourceful You campaign is our team. Here they are. Genevieve, Charlie. We have one person missing, Elizabeth Mullen. It's her day off. Together, we bring experience in community knowledge, our collection, graphic design, and project organization. There are at least two reasons we've built a digital resource e-content campaign. One is we have a great budget that's managed well. We're able to subscribe to hundreds of digital research and entertainment resources, some of which other libraries in the area are not able to acquire. Our library serves Pitkin County library card holders from all over the valley, certainly even the state. They need us, and we're glad we have them. Reason number two, our commitment is, of course, to support self-motivated information seekers, and we want to show them where they can get what they need. We're always surprised when people are surprised that we have access to all kinds of things we take for granted. Lynda.com, which we're going to be talking about in a minute, is one of those. There is an obvious benefit in showing our community the potential in these educational opportunities. We're do-gooders, so do-gooders that we are in bringing all this great stuff to the public. We, the library staff, realize, I mean, even though sitting right here in front of you, that we need to brush up on our own e-content skills. So there is another key part of Resourceful You that we're going to tell you about. I've said on other occasions that Genevieve and I mimicked the anthropological phenomenon where two primitive tribes, remote from each other, produce the same invention at the same time. You know, maybe the great spear, you know, or an oar or something like that. Similar. Genevieve created our staff training program about the same time I was envisioning an educational program for the public. Our Resourceful You public program parallels the staff training component Genevieve created for Resourceful You.
I'm Genevieve Smith. I'm the e-content librarian, and you guys are a very great audience because I know you're our library patrons, so this makes it really easy to discuss with you. I spend a lot of time evaluating and selecting our e-resource subscriptions, and I truly believe the research tools we provide through Pickens County Library are world-class. They're comparable to big city library districts, and our community is so lucky to have this access. It's been fun and a bit difficult to select from our vast collection of e-resources the databases we'll be featuring in our Resourceful You campaign. There's so many to choose from. My role at the library is to not only act as a steward of the selection, evaluation, and maintenance, but also to make sure the staff is competent and confident in their ability as frontline employees to ask questions or to answer questions from our patrons as they come up, and to make timely recommendations for useful research tools in addition to our wonderful print library. Our staff training is 1 month ahead of the public training. Back to you, Martha.
Fine. We've handed out some folders that are part of the fun and the way to really get energy around this campaign. It's sort of humorous but purposeful. Charlie created these folders and the graphics in them. Our higher education metaphor is brought home with the cleverest of graphics, I think. Next slide, maybe?
Oh, you don't want to talk about this?
Oh, well, all right, yes, we can. Yes. We are emphasizing the university theme and encouraging people to enroll, after which they will receive an admissions packet, which you see there, a course schedule, a program outline, and a grade book. And we give them quizzes.
And they do we have to live on campus?
Well, you can live off campus with permission. Yeah, right.
You're a townie.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, we talk e-content and remote access. That's common language in libraries and in life. But one of the important principles of Resourceful You is we want people to come into our bricks and mortar. Relationship, connection, we're here for you. It's all part of what we're building. It seems to be working. So far, we have completed 2 tutorials, one for Hoopla, one for lynda.com, and we've received very high-rated customer feedback.
Hi again, my name is Charlie Blackmer, and thank you all so much for your time and attention today. So I'll just talk a little bit about some of the schedule for Resourceful You. So as Martha and Genevieve mentioned, we do 1 resource per month. And one thing that has been really great about Resourceful You is that it just gives us another avenue to interact with our patrons. Especially a lot of people do use the self-checkout machines, and we're not always having one-on-one interactions as much as patrons would like or as we would like. So we're able to assist patrons with these digital resources in person. So Hoopla is the first one that we did, and this is already a really popular database and tool among our staff and our patrons. So it's a platform through which patrons can check out ebooks, e-audiobooks, music, movies, and even comic books. The great thing about it is that there are unlimited titles, or there are unlimited copies of each title. This makes it an ideal resource for book clubs. So instead of you have one popular book for your book club, instead of your members having to go out and buy that book or put it on hold from 5 different libraries because there's only so many copies, they can have it right then and there. And it does work with your phone, your tablet, and your computer, and even your smart TV. So in February, we had a hands-on Hoopla tutorial in which Elizabeth Mullen met with patrons and just presented the ins and outs of Hoopla. And again, this was just a really great way to interact with our patrons and give them hands-on tech help. One thing that's really evident to library employees, both here and most likely around the country, is that there truly is a gap in digital literacy among different populations. A lot of people didn't grow up using computers, obviously. There are people who aren't comfortable using computers, the internet, just navigating these day-to-day tools that we take for granted. So these kinds of tutorials are really important, that we can help our patrons become more comfortable with technology, not just by pointing and showing them what to do, but giving them these engaging resources that they can really get into the tech with. And Elizabeth also did a book club based on that, and pardon me. And then since then, we've had a few patrons actually start their own Hoopla digital book clubs just for the ease of access. So it's really fun to see them branch off and take these resources where they'd like to take them. So this month we've focused on lynda.com, and if you're not familiar, Lynda is an online learning site that has thousands of courses, over 100,000 different videos, and it's revered among creative professionals, students, professionals looking to sharpen their skills to get ahead or stay relevant in the career field, or for people wanting to learn a new hobby like photography. So we did have a tutorial on that this Saturday that was really well received. I led that, and we started by just having a conversation with patrons about what they were looking for, what are they wanting to use Lynda to accomplish. So we had, people are interested in photography, learning more about human resources, project management, investment, and then some very specific softwares like Microsoft Excel, how to use iCloud, even AutoCAD. So all of those are available through lynda.com through some really great video tutorials. And lynda.com is available through our library for free for patrons. And on Saturday, the February 23rd, we are having a smartphone photography workshop with former Pitkin County Library employee turned photographer, Stephanie Stocking. And so while it may seem that a photography workshop, okay, how does that connect to the library's e-resources? Well, we do want to make this program as fun and engaging as possible. So while people may not be turning to Lynda to learn about photography, it's just a link between the two, and it's a good way to get the resources out there. And coming up in March, we're going to be talking about Ancestry.com, which most of you, I assume, have heard of. It's an extremely popular genealogy service that all of our library patrons have access to within the library. And there are many different ways to get started with Ancestry, and it's one resource that patrons really get excited about. And I will turn to Martha to speak more on that.
Well, no expert, but I have just started using this, which is a good thing because I'm going to be doing the tutorial in March. But I have found it to be such delightful. We're going to be partnering with a genealogist in the area. Her name is Molly Donnelly. Generally, we have a tutorial by the staff and then an expert session with an expert. Molly, however, is going to be present at both of these events. Genealogy is very complex. There are 9,000 databases available to search for records. One thing Ancestry has as well is a DNA test that you can purchase. You spit. You send it to the good people. Yeah, have you? Yeah. And it's a tool that you start with, and then it branches out into all kinds of information and all kinds of connections. I'm certainly no expert yet, but I'm enthusiastic. I'm also amazed at what I can't find, but I do think it's delightful. We hear from many libraries how fascinating Ancestry is to so many of the patrons. So
my mother swears that the DNA results were wrong.
Right.
She doesn't know where I come from.
Right.
Okay, so in April, coinciding with Financial Literacy Month and tax season, we're going to be talking about and learning about Morningstar and Value Line e-resources. Morningstar is an investment research resource popular with experts and investment professionals, but the best thing about Morningstar is that it has a super easy to use interface, so even a novice, modest investor like myself, I find it very easy to navigate, and there's help and education resources available. to provide me guidance with investing my retirement. And this type of authentic interaction is what we are promoting through our tutorials. Also, we have Value Line, and many are familiar with Value Line's professional quality data and research tools. Its print subscription was very popular in the library for many years, but now the online resource is even better because it is updated daily and you can get access to expert analyses the day of. It also provides investment education so patrons can make smart investment choices. There's just a little screenshot of Value Line. Morningstar and Value Line are both incredible resources that empower us with data and education and encourage our financial health. In April, we will have a staff-led tutorial by our resident financial librarian, Natalie Crick, and have a financial planner panel planned. That's to be determined what dates those are planned, but we will make sure to advertise when they are scheduled. In May, we're going to be talking about Mango, and I personally love Mango. I use it all the time. It's a brilliant language learning site that we subscribe to. It's available both on our website and through a corresponding app. It offers instruction in more than 70 languages, including Pirate, and English as a second language, which is so important for our community. I use it nearly every day. It allows me to learn at my own pace. It includes instruction built around real conversational situations. It allows you to listen to native speakers and then record your voice to compare it to the native sound. The graphics are great. It's a beautiful interface. I use it on Rafta when I'm commuting to work. It's really fun. Love Mango. Then in June, we will be talking about RB Digital. And RB Digital is really 6 databases in one. It's an application for desktop and mobile devices that can give you access to various types of media. Most people know it as the access point for digital copies of our favorite magazines, such as The New Yorker, National Geographic, The Economist, lots of great kids magazines. With RB Digital, magazines are available as soon as they're published, and we have all the archived back issues. And then, in addition, RB Digital provides high-quality educational tools as well as free access to an array of popular streaming entertainment subscriptions like Acorn TV, which is an award-winning high-caliber British TV series. Patrons can now also watch unlimited great courses, lectures, IndieFlix, which is a global entertainment company with award-winning docs, shorts, films, and TV series. Pangalo is new to us. It's for our Spanish-speaking community. They have Spanish feature-length films and telenovelas. And finally, Quello is for you diehard rock heads to watch past and present rock concerts. And I believe you can watch some of those live. So this is just a glimpse of our e-resources available to the public for free with a library card. We hope that our patrons are as excited as we are about them, and they take advantage of these resources to enrich their lives. Having this kind of access to recreational and educational tools is part of the Pickens County Strategic Plan. Lifelong learning opportunities are essential and part of a healthy community with a high quality of life. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming. It's amazing what you offer.
All right, the Teen Queen now.
Teen Queen, yeah, which was a huge surprise. I will say that. That happened last.
Sorry.
Hello. Last July or August is when I took over for Collins, and it was rocket science all the way. So I'll tell you about some of the things I do, but I did notice when I walked into this room, I started just sort of looking around. Every one of you guys have been in the library for something other than a meeting, and that is a really freaking great thing. I love it. So on to what we do. I'll start with some of the things we've been doing for outreach, or I've been doing for outreach. I started in the fall with the high school, Diana Dame's English classes. I went through 6 of her classes, gave out 105 library cards, and taught the kids about Canopy, Overdrive, and Hoopla, which are some of those databases for downloadable books and movies and things like that these fellows explained. I've been taking webinars so I can learn more about them and how to teach them, and that's pretty nice too. I've been working a little bit with the youth center. Got to know Michaela a little bit. We went out there. We have a book bike, and that's one of my favorite things too. We take that thing around, Ginny and I and Shannon. We take that around and do different programs with it. We did selfies. We did green screen things with the kids there, and Michaela is really helpful to me. She puts up advertising for any teen programs that we're doing, and I told her I'd be happy to do the same. And that's something I'm trying to work with, is helping people and them helping us, and just talk to the high school librarian today and about things we could do for each other, and that's the way I like it. That's the way we want to do it. So programming is new to me, and pretty darn new to me, but I've started with an after-school Wednesdays. They have early release. So I have been making cookies and, providing some healthy snacks, some snacks they want, in addition to healthy snacks. They all get eaten, by the way. So I'm doing that just so I can walk around and talk to people. And when it was time for finals, I walked around with study aids on a tray and gave those to the kids, talked to them about what we have to offer. We have meeting rooms that they can use and so on. So I like to let them know who I am and what we have. So that's kind of a start on that. We're going to be doing a financial literacy program in April, along with Natalie, for Financial Literacy Week. And Mary Ryerson's going to help out with that from Alpine Bake. She's just a really dynamic, great speaker. So I'm looking forward to that. We've also started, myself and Jennifer and Ginny, a little bit of all-age programming, which was really fun. We did an origami program in December, and we had kids that were early elementary school up to older adults, and they all helped. The great part about it was that they all helped each other. So we hope to do a little more of that too. It's not just for the teens. So in terms of academics, we do ACT, SAT prep sessions with Philip Kalfas, who's a local tutor he's dynamite. He's very organized with those kids, sense of humor, really good tutor. And we do 2 sessions, ACT, SAT, 3 times a year. So we've got another one coming up on the 24th, because the kids here take multiple tests. They don't just take one ACT. They'll do it once or twice or maybe even 3 times, trying to bring their score up. So it's free to them. We've been underwriting that. That's a pretty nice thing for them. In terms of ordering books, that's one of my favorite things to do, reading the reviews and everything. But it occurred to me after I'd been doing it for a while, that for a few months, that I look at the statistics of things that go in and out. And yeah, our kids use the books. They use the things that we buy. But so do other libraries heavily. And so there's a lot of movement. And if you've got a library district that maybe doesn't have the resources that we do, we're helping them. And I'm real glad about that too. So that's something I keep in mind when I'm buying things. The end of the year, I look in February, the prize lists come out for things that have won awards. And I think we had maybe 2 things out of a bunch of lists that we hadn't ordered. So yay, we've got a pretty strong collection, I think. So that's great. Summer's coming. So we've got summer programming coming, and this is really in the early stages, but a slime craft is on there. We've got tweens and teens combined. Galaxy slime, Patty. Universal slime with stars and moons. It's going to be great.
Mine are still this big, so.
Well,
they're in the other kinds
we'll
of
probably
slime,
do a little
okay.
kid slime day too, I'm sure, because I talked to Jennifer about it. We've got a movie coming up. We've got my daughter is an artist. She teaches at the community school. You probably are familiar with those deals where you do the wine. You go to the wine and painting programs, and you drink some wine, and you learn to paint something. That's what she's going to do, minus the wine, for the tweens and teens, and it's going to have the universe theme. It's actually something that she's kind of heavily into herself in her artwork, so I asked her if she could do that program. Yes, she's going to do it. So Tom Egan at the library, you remember the Stargazer when he used to do his reports? He's going to do a 50th anniversary moon landing talk, which I think is going to be fascinating. He knows that inside and out, so looking forward to that. A writing workshop with another friend that's been a teacher for 20 years, Amy Krakow, and hopefully a yoga. I haven't gotten that one totally settled yet, but a yoga program too. So we've got some good stuff coming up for the summer. That's my YA stuff now. There's so much more to learn. It's going to be never ending for me, and that's fine. That's the way I want it, and it's really early stages, but I'm looking forward to the next few years. The other thing I'm pretty involved with, as is Shannon, is we work with the seniors. I love to take that book bike out. We do Bike to Work Day. We go to the senior center. We brought it to the senior fair. Their soiree, summer soiree, day soiree. We go to the senior center once a month, and we bring a load of books in the back of that, and we try to make them books that we give away. Steve's been great. Steve at work, Steve Koch, he's helped us curate some things that really would be interesting for people, and they take them. They come out from lunch, and sometimes you're just chatting. Sometimes they're getting a book. Sometimes I'm advertising for other programs that are going to be happening. So they seem to like it, and we want to keep doing that. And we've collaborated because of that. We started with just the book bike going out there. We've been collaborating with Chad and Mary Barber and Ruth and the people out there to do programs at the library. And we've participated. We had one last summer that was so big, and yay for our new meeting room. We slid all those doors open, and they were on the lawn. People were like, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to sit on the lawn. So hope to do more of that and just keep that going back and forth with all of us. So
Molly, which program was that last summer?
It actually was a program on not Alzheimer's. It was on memory. It wasn't specifically Alzheimer's, but it talked about caregivers and resources and ways to talk to people when that's happening with them. So instead of saying, Greg, do you remember when this happened and we did that? You might say, I remember when you and I did this. And so you're not putting somebody on the spot. I mean, it was really great program, and lots of questions from people on that were in the audience. So,
and they all remember going to the class.
Well, you don't know, but
I remember it.
But I had to talk to I talked to them about a friend that I have that's having issues, and how do I make him comfortable? What do I do?
It's scary.
It is scary, and they're great out there, and it was nice to be able to offer them our nice meeting room and collaborate on advertising and just, they're the ones presenting, not me, but I can say, what do you need? Oh, you need this, or you need the chairs moved out there. Okay, that kind of thing. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing, and that's it. Thank you for having us.
Is that the whole program? Is that the
Well,
whole
I just wanted to make a correction. That I heard these gasps of appreciation for Martha having worked there so long, but she actually started in 1996. I had, so yeah.
Not 1976? Okay. I wanted to say that I know you've got a 10th Mountain Division program there at 5:30 this evening. I'm planning to
Yeah,
go
we're going to
over
rush
and
back
help
to,
out here.
We set up the chairs this morning as we were.
And the last thing I did want to say is that we used also Friends of the Library donations to buy 25 more stacking chairs for the next time the seniors come.
And last questions, what about the film series? Is that still going to happen? John Bush going to still be able to do that, you think?
Yep. He does it 3 showings every weekend, and I think that the shorts, the Academy Award shorts are coming up.
Get there early if you want the popcorn. It's free, but it does.
I was going to say, it runs out. I always used to smell good.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, I did have one more, but we can all, as we're working at the door, when are you all taking the mental health first aid courses that the county's going to be offering? Are you signed up for that?
Greg's class.
We have not.
We're trying to train the entire community, so I
That is
want
something
everyone.
that Peyru Ritter has been working on, and so I'm sure she'll keep
You'll
us
hear
informed.
about it.
She did tell us about it, but we haven't gotten as far as scheduling it yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, we do have
My
one.
comment
sorry,
is,
we have more work to
every
do.
time I go in the library, I think back to when we were struggling, planning it and trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I am still blown away every time I go in there, how well it turned out and how usable it is. And it's just a wonderful space to be in.
Thank you for helping us get there.
Okay, we've got more to do before we can leave, so thank you all.
Okay, guys. Thanks, guys.
We're going to focus on
So
Thanks for coming.
So Greg, we waived off the airport update. We have one item that's time sensitive, and that's a piece of legislation, House Bill 19-1033.
Correct.
Which Karen and Alex are going to tell us what it is real quick.
Do you need me here for that? Or
All
can
we're looking for is permission to write a letter.
Yes.
Real quick.
Yes, yes. This is
I just have to get back to the hospital.
yeah, and this is the one I
Keep you guys
testified on
posted.
last week.
I'll be here tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Patty.
So just a super quick summary of what the bill does, and we'll ask if we can just draft a letter for
Alex Sanchez, Manager's Office.
Karen Kenham, Public Health Director.
I don't know if you want
Do
to
you want to start? Yeah, so House Bill 1033 is a House bill that came up to actually the House 2 weeks ago. Greg, right? I think 2 weeks ago. And it's venturing into the Senate tomorrow, or actually Thursday. And so, and House Bill 1033 gives counties the ability to license tobacco, to do tobacco, sorry, it's been a long day, retail licensing for tobacco. So as you know, the municipalities in this area have that ability. This bill actually allows counties to have that ability. And it also has a T21 component to it, as well as an ability for counties to tax tobacco. And so Greg went down and testified for the Board of Health. And we have a lot of support within this region to continue to support this bill. Right now, the reason why we're kind of wanting to garner BOCC support is that there's a lot of opposition right now. And the opposition is coming from convenience stores and vape retailers, as well as like the big retailers like Walmart, Target, King Soopers, City Market, I guess they're the same thing. And so we thought it would be kind of a slam dunk, but actually there's been a lot of momentum to really build against it. And so there was a request for the BOCC to write a letter. Alex has already composed it. The Board of Health will be submitting a letter as well, and then some testimony, at least some written testimony from different folks in our community.
Yep, and just kind of talking to the time component of this, we want to see if the board would allow us to write something and then have Greg sign it on the board's behalf.
Tomorrow. George?
Yeah, that's fine. Is CCI taking any stance on this at all?
They're supporting it. They're
CCI
testifying.
supporting it?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
It's been nice working with Ginny. So I mentioned, just by chance earlier in the year, I mentioned to her that, we were contemplating our membership with CCI, and she's been so attentive. In this case in particular, she's calling me up, discussing this whole thing, and, they've been really good regarding that.
There was a legislator in Hawaii who introduced a bill that would prohibit tobacco products for anybody under 100 years old. And they said it would cost the state of Hawaii something like $180 million in lost taxes every year, or some huge amount like that. It was like unbelievable. But they were dead serious that the use of the tobacco products is so bad for people's health, that the health costs and everything that are involved in it are so huge because of use of it, and that was their reasoning. And like, let's just get rid of it completely was basically where they were coming from. So
A bold move. It's pretty incredible, actually.
And just to be clear, this bill would allow counties to have the option to regulate it. It wouldn't outright
Doesn't
ban
mandate it.
Yep, so
Right.
more local control.
And more parity with the municipalities.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing that back. I was nervous about just sending my testimony down.
Still want
So
you to do that.
We'll do that, but it's nice to have the backup from all of us.
So this is just a letter that Picken County would support the legislation? Is that right?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, so
I'd be
Steve and
for it.
Kelly are gonna be in Denver. They
Okay.
might have a chance to go
Okay.
pop over there. I don't know. It's about 2:30 in the afternoon is my guess, 2 to
On
2:30.
Thursday. Which day?
Thursday.
On Thursday?
Thursday, the committee starts at 1:30, and I believe they have two bills before this one, so could look at that 2:30, 3 o'clock time frame.
I think we can work it out.
Okay, let us know if you need anything
great.
from us.
All right, thank you all. And is that it?
That's all I need to cover
Thank
with
you
you
all.
today.
Appreciate it. Sorry for running over time. It would be hard to run the sheriff
I have
and the
more
chief of
items.
police
I could
out.
spend more
I know you
time,
do.
but,
I'll stop.
You guys can say,
I'll
"I gotta
stop
go
you.
pick up my
Yeah.
child."
Thanks, guys.
Thank
That's
you.
a lot today.
That was a lot, having that large group come in there. Thanks, Grassroots.